Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, voice of the voiceless, the people champ, the hottest in the street. Oh my God, oh my God. Look at the atmosphere of the United States of America and bringing home the gold. I'm talking about men's basketball, track and field, wrestling. Oh, it was a slew of events that American athletes dominated in. The array of sports across the board was incredible and amazing to see these hard-working Americans in their respective sport reach the pinnacle of competition. Not local, not national, but international, global champion, as America stands second only to China in the gold rush, the gold medal rate. But overall, the United States have medaled more than any country on the earth that is participating in 2024 Paris Olympic Championship run to the gold medal. The United States so far have nestled over 100 medals combined. And once the women bring home the gold, we would have tied China, and hopefully some ancillary competition, America can rise and pass, rise and pass China in the overall rush for gold. So big ups to the United States and its global competition as United States once again in basketball has coveted the gold medal. Now, before we go on, please hit that like button, and I beg of you to subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Subscribe to Flight Sports TV and hit the notification bell. It is important to hit the notification bell so you will be notified whenever Flight produce any content or open up his channel to live streaming. And you will be able to hear an array of content creators espousing, elaborating, spewing, and even consoling those sports fans that are eager to get sports content from different individuals. And once you hear these array of content creators as Flight Sports open up a consortium and symposium of sports voices, then you can find your way to subscribe to their illustrious channel. Now, that notification bell also means a whole lot in order for you to be eligible for an exuberant experience. Because you don't want to miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we here at Flight Sports TV want to lay out the red carpet for you to walk right up and grab a front row seat and witness this here extravaganza live, in color, and in 3D. When we look across the landscape of 2024 Olympics, we hear the echoing of the naysayers, disbelievers, downright misinformationalists to the core of their hateful heart. Yeah, they're still hating in the Olympics. And you see some of these blowhards being very divisive when it comes to the gold. When it comes to arguably the GOAT. When it comes to said the GM and LeBron James Sr. So these blowhards go all around to pick on LeBron James. And wherever they see a slight light of falter, they crawl their creepy asses in the cracks and crevices of what they perceived to be falter in LeBron James' character, cast, or even his basketball acumen. LeBron James, the MVP, the GOAT, has done it again. And when you see LeBron James out there winning MVPs in Olympic competition, you can't say Adam Silver had anything to do with it. You can't say the Los Angeles Lakers, being a fortune franchise, have anything to do with it. You can't say that all of the hundreds of millions of followers globally had anything to do with it. But what you can say, but you won't, because you're grumbling, but what you can say, LeBron James is the MVP in the world of basketball in 2024. Now, there is not many U.S. born athletes on curbside can say this, can boast this. He's in a company of a few elect, and he's continuously to elevate his accolades. And despite of the eyes, the bloodshot eyes of his living haters. Do you know people that went to the grave dying? I mean, went to their grave hating on LeBron James and never reconciled their despicable perception of the man. People have literally went to their graves hoping LeBron James falls flat on his face. Some of it is due to his raised and clamorous personality that has encapsulated the world over. And other people's favorite athlete, in most cases, or majority of the cases, have yet to attain such celebrity and leverage for the benefit of him and his family. We seen Bronny James there. Yes, we did. We seen Bryce James there. Both of them clutching beautiful women, right? For Bryce's sake, you might say beautiful young lady here. But Sally Richardson, a movie star herself, played in plenty of movies. One of the more famous ones is I Got You, Sucker, right? And I think she played in Action Jack or something like that. Jack of Spades. An actor co-host of Keenan Ivory Wayne, and she have other accolades. We see LeBron James sitting close. I'm talking about romantically close to her daughter, Sally Richardson's daughter. Looking thrilled, looking happy, looking healthy, and watching his dad dismantle the competition where he was awarded MVP. I mean, you cannot strip this up. Where the hell is Spike Lee when all this is going on? Spike Lee, I know you in the pocket of Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan made you a phenomenon, right? Well, I won't say made. He assisted. He assisted you into you becoming a movie producer and phenomenal culture guy in hip hop, Hollywood, Broadway, etc., etc. So I know Michael Jordan have you in his pocket. But Spike, you have to grow up, my brother. There is a whole new train that is sitting on $1 billion worth of gold in LeBron James Sr. So Spike, maybe you need to take a look at any kind of storyline that you could extrapolate from the journey of LeBron James until Michael Jordan sit on it because he had your run. Michael Jordan still trying to be competitive in golf. We see that. Chasing $8 million. We know Michael Jordan don't need $8 million. I mean, that doesn't even buy a rudder on this $100 million yacht. But he just want to be competitive. And there's nothing wrong with that with Michael Jeffrey Jordan. But there has been a sheriff in town that has plenty of platitudes, team and solo accolades in the world of basketball, not just NBA basketball. I'm talking the world, the IOC world of basketball. LeBron James in the gold medal game. I mean, the game that was scored off, had a strong double double. And this man is nearly 40 years old, maybe a few months from 40. Very strong double double. We've seen Kevin Durant with a high powered double figure game, another double figure game. And Steph the Chef Curry, oh my God, oh my God. Did his shooting come on at the right time? They couldn't do nothing with the green eye bandit or the light eye bandit, because his eyes change his colors depending on the weapon. They couldn't do nothing with the light eye bandit. Steph the Chef Curry. But before we gloat and tout first ballot Hall of Famers, what about the young crop? I mean, we look over there across the aisle and we see this 7 foot Megatron transformer who can do it all at that height and not pass out from altitude gas duration. Victor Wembanyama, the tall, sleek do-it-all, whose head reached up into cumulus clouds, and he performed on the biggest stage of his career so far in international competition by putting up a doozy in Olympic gold medal game. I mean, Victor Wembanyama, the things that he was able to do, the twists, the turns, the topsy-turvy, I mean, all around showmanship, he is worth every ounce of gold that he has been presented to us as. The man price of admission has just skyrocketed. San Antonio Spurs have not only a young, disciplined, coachable, prolific player, but he might be the future of the NBA for years to come. It's going to be hard to dethrone him, i.e., staying healthy, in years to come in the NBA, because we are witnessing something that we have never seen before in continuum. Yes, for Ralph Sampson. But Ralph Sampson was injury ridden. So this young man so far looks like he is not afraid of the big stage. And his boy Boosie, that's what I like to call him. We know that he's balling, and I don't know if he's in the NBA or not, but in these Olympics, oh, that Frenchman know a thing or two of basketball. And he's not ashamed to exploit his skill set on the biggest stage. Boosie. So France have nothing to be ashamed of grabbing the silver medal, because they was up against a behemoth of a team collectively with major all-stars, first ballot Hall of Famers, and potential Hall of Famers. So Steve Kerr, we know Steve Kerr had his run-ins with the media. Some aspect of the media makes Steve Kerr their darling, and other aspect of the media criticizes Steve Kerr because he was handed a team that was already primed to take off for a dynasty. And we call them the hegemony of the NBA. The hegemony of sovereignty of the NBA. So Steve Kerr coaching antics has been relegated to, eh, eh, you know what I mean? Ah, eh. He got Durant, he got Curry, he got Clay, he got Draymond, you know, and he didn't configure this team. It was already configured for him. All he had to do was not mess it up and just let it blossom and stay in alignment with their original intent, and that was to be NBA champions. The history of the game and received a nickname called Splash Brothers. And that moniker, the Splash Brothers, and the way they were shooting, and either one of them never got in the other one's way. So it was a perfect match made in basketball heaven for Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. Now Klay Thompson is gone. He went over to he went over to the Dallas Mavericks to start a new journey in the backside of his point side illustrious career. So you would never see Splash Brothers probably again. But the Chef Curry has put a benchmark on a new start without Klay Thompson. And he has propelled the NBA men's team into gold medal champions with his last two games of immaculate play. He started out slow from the practice runs and then the exhibition games and then the first 4 games of Olympic medal rounds. And then Steph Curry came on super strong. And I know Drake is so proud because Steph Curry had been on record that he was tired of hearing "Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar, one of the greatest diss records of all time. I'm putting it up there with No Vaseline for sure. No Vaseline by Ice Cube, that is. And he's on record with the current king of the NBA, LeBron James, as saying, I'm tired of hearing that song. And I think the song was not played, if I'm not mistaken, it from the U.S. men's basketball team entrance onto the court. And Steph has blossomed ever since. So maybe he took offense because his good old friend Drake was being dissed. And the light skin aspect of humanity, biracials, also took offense. Because that's what Drake represents, right? So Steph Curry, with this play, have almost erased. You know, Drake still has smudge on his name, but Steph Curry wiped some of it off with his heroic shooting and helped propelling the United States men's basketball team to a gold medal.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Now, with all that action coming from the light skins, right? Steph Curry, with his slow start, disqualified him from being MVP. But what Steph Curry did was help LeBron win MVP. The MVP. Because if KD would have kept his scoring barrage, he would have walked away with the MVP. But Kevin Durant, by coming off the bench, kind of nullified it. Steve Kerr made an adjustment to put Kevin Durant in the starting lineup and reduce or demote Drew Holiday and had him coming off the bench in the later tier of the rotation. So Steve Kerr opted for offense over defense, and it worked. The only thing that didn't cap off this sizable win was the United States once again did not cover. They did not cover the grand game, which people laid their skin down, and United States only won by 9 points. They won under double figures when they was going off at 16 and a half, reduced to 14, and they still didn't cover. France and Victor Wembanyama stole the show when it comes to covering. Yeah, they won the money line. The money line was plus 300. So if you was not a fool, you would have took the United States on the money line because that was plus 300. You lay 100, you win 300. I mean, just imagine somebody laying 10,000. That's 30 racks. I know somebody up there laid $1 million, like Floyd Mayweather or somebody, laid $1 million on the United States on the money line to win gold because it went from plus 600 to half of that to plus 300 after the scare versus Serbia. And if you had the United States plus 600 and you put $1 million on it, like Floyd probably did, man, that's 600 million. Can you imagine walking away when the Olympics started, you betting against the United States with that team? I mean, the odd makers really gave all of the bettors a bone. Even when they reduced it to 300, plus 300, that's still a bone. You got Hall of Fame players playing against a few All-Stars and maybe a few Hall of Fame players themselves. But United States have at least 5, and they have 14 All-Stars. The only All-Star was Derek White, and he was a nice addition to the team. How could you not put any skin on the United States? You have to be an absolute fool if you were better, if you're a gambling man, not to put skin on the United States, or you just happen to be in an area where online gambling is not legal. I mean, they threw us a bone. And United States won this game very comfortably. The only sweat they had was against Sudan and Serbia this last game. Wow. How much money you could have won, how many bills you could have paid. And if you were steep in credit card debt, how much of that debt you could erase by putting money on Hall of Famers and All-Stars. I mean, just think about it, right? I'm not encouraging you to do it, but just think about the logic behind it. You got United States being very angry for not winning FIBA basketball. So they said, no more of the cupcakes. We send in the big dog. And by sending the big dog, LeBron James came out and recruited Steph Curry and Kevin Durant and Jason Tatum. Yeah, he recruited them. The GM, right? Lead recruiter. He recruited these cats. And these cats obliterated the field except for that close game against South Sudan, which was a trap game. South Sudan was a trap game. Serbia wasn't. But the United States showed their grit and their mustard by beating a top Ser- Serbia team three straight encounters. So you cannot argue that the United States has had a cake on it. This is what domination is all about. We've seen the sprinters, some of the sprinters dominate. But listen, what a folio of the United States 4x100 team. Oh, they some clowns. How can you watch a baton transfer when you've been doing this your whole freaking life? Stop smoking the weed. Stop smoking the weed. Yes, my Stephen A. impression. I know it's weak, but still. There's no way, if your mind is focused and your faculties are in place, that you botch a baton pass that you've been doing your whole freaking life. So this is why I don't know, man. This seems like sometimes it just the money is so immense in these world games that it just seems conspiratorial. You know what I mean? And I hate to say that in sports, but it does. Look at Sha'Carri Richardson. You know she was an overwhelming favorite for the 100. I mean, did you see Sha'Carri Richardson run the 100 acre? You see the smoke that she brought to the track, and you telling me this girl cannot win the 100 meters straight up? Come on, the gambling thing just interferes with a lot of sports competition. Yes, they did throw a bone for the U.S. men basketball. Yes, they did. That was easy money. You know, I don't even think the girls went off that high in the odds or that low in the odds, depending on how you look at it. The girls is probably even money. If anything, plus 100. You bet 100, win 100. That's still good, but they probably went off even. I didn't even check them because they've just been dominating and obliterating the competition over the years, like 58 straight games. I mean, everybody know they're gonna win the gold, right? Unless it's another money grab. Outside of that, I don't see any interfering with the women's basketball. And that is the gold medal game that can tie the United States with China for overall gold medals. Because right now the United States is down to China, one gold medal. But the United States medal count overall is by far superior than all other countries. So it's incredible that the world mafia can throw you a bone, but then get you on like 9 of them. They throw you one, men's basketball, right? They throw you that bone, but then they get you on 9 others, like old boy from Hagertown, Maryland, Aaron Brooks, the best wrestler in the game after he defeated Taylor and after he defeated the current Olympic champ from China, and then he go up to a whoopsie and this damn Viking demolish him. You know how much money people lost on that wrestling match? Are you kidding me? He beats David Taylor, the best American wrestler. Then he goes and decorated wrestler, and then he goes and beat the world champ. He upset them, and then he have this little crumb cake, and this crumb cake just destroyed him. That's incredible. I mean, when you look at that, it's like, wait a minute, man, something is not right with this picture. Somebody is retooling the simulation. Because this is not how it's supposed to go. Somebody has made some severe adjustment in this simulation because this is supposed to go. Sha'Carri definitely not supposed to lose the 100. No allows. 50, I think 50 something straight 200 victories. Is not supposed to lose the 200. He got COVID, right? Okay, good excuse. He got COVID. But before the race, Noah Lyles is out there prancing and dancing and gyrating his body like he already won gold. And those who was holding their last reserve before putting their life savings on Noah Lyles in the 200, a race that he has dominated for years, seeing him prancing and dancing and gyrating his body, was like, oh shit, he's okay. Let me run to the door and put my last before the race because he's okay. There's not much wrong with him. He's happy. He's jubilant. He's gay. And he gets smart. He ends up with bronze. He medaled, but he ends up with bronze. In spiritual, boom. It looks like that, right? So it's just overwhelming joy for the American athletes that competed in this here world event. This event was dedicated to the so-called god Zeus, right? Greece, Olympiad, they're not the originators of it, but, as far as the Levant is concerned, they are. As far as the Levant is concerned, when it comes to Macedonia, they give credit to the Grecians for inventing this here world event called the Olympiad. To the god Olympus and Zeus. So it was fun watching the Olympics, especially when the break dancing competition. I mean, come on, really? I think I could have entered the break dancing competition just to get on TV and maybe make a fool of myself and get some TV sponsors when I come back to the States. Just for garnering attention to my dilapidated dance moves. Just for garnering attention to my dilapidated dance moves. So hopefully that event will be much improved in 4 years. But congratulations for implementing hip hop and the universal games of the earth called the Olympiad. And 2024 will go down in history as the first Olympic competition introducing hip hop as an art form and culturated with dancing. So big ups to the pioneers of hip hop, the Cool Hertz, the Grandmaster Flash, Grandmaster Theodore, or Grand Wizard Theodore. Big ups to the pioneers of hip hop, Melly Mel, and all those cats. DJ Hollywood, So I just want to share with you. And I don't know how much value that you put toward the track and field, but I just gotta say, the white girl from the Netherlands, the Viking, the she Viking, Bull, she has to be the best silver medalist of all time. Indika Bull. She has to be the best silver medalist of all time. I mean, for crying out loud, Sushi makes the silver medal so intriguing, interesting, and exciting. She did win gold for the mixed 4 by 100 relay, but all her other races, oh man, how dramatic and theatric it was watching her come in second. That's crazy. She has to be. I mean, she won me over. The Brit and Brian of this she Viking from from Norway or the Netherlands or whatever. She won me over with her spectacular top of coming in second and making second place such a thrilling and attraction watching those particular track and field events. I mean, it wasn't like it was an easy silver. You know, most silvers are kind of easy. You know, you don't beat the goal, but you come in silver relatively easy, right? But she comes back from far distance. She hustles. She gives it her all. She takes in her deep breaths and she strides and she makes it so thrilling and theatrical that you're paying attention to second place. That's mad crazy. I've never seen an Olympiad who made second place so darling, and you cheer for her. And oh man, the time she cried, I mean, she got obliterated and she cried. Oh, poor Indika Bull. I mean, she pulled her blonde hair to the side to wipe her face in distraught and disappointment. And she went over to her parents and she just poured her poor little porcelain tears into her family's arms. Poor Indika Bull. But she made finish second so exciting that I rewatched it several times when she competed. Pretty little nobody. And remind me back in the day had a player. Structure is attractive. She's very attractive. Model like attractive. She was playing tennis. Her name was Maria Sarasapova. And she couldn't win the big events. But people watched her play just to see her endure and struggle to not win those major events. It was very hard for her. But she had a fan base that was out of control. And I don't even think she ever won a major in her career. She probably won a few events, but outside of that, she was very, very shallow when it came to competing. But she didn't get to maybe the quarterfinals, semifinals at best. And if she ever made the finals, I mean, oh my God, it was World War III. And this is what Indika Bull reminds me of. Supposedly in track and field. I remember they had Steiner, right? What's her name? Amy Steiner or something like that. I mean, she fell from grace. But Steiner was trying to be the next Maria Sharapova in track and field. And somehow she just fell out of the attention of the sport, and I don't know where she at now. She didn't qualify for any Olympic events, so she was kind of like a flash in the pan when it came to track and field. But she was pretty good, but just wasn't good enough. And when you are Olympiad, pretty good is not going to cut the cake unless everybody's far. and their prospective race. So there was some highlights for the Olympics outside of the United States participation in various games. But the men basketball, we have to throw up our hands in celebration. I know a lot of YouTubers are from foreign nations, and they try to shit on U.S. basketball and try to use LeBron James as their reason why, and ultimately him being their scapegoat for their hatred for the United States. I'm quite sure some of y'all saw through that. And they have to eat crow because they have to stay out of their mouth. Congratulations to the United States for winning the gold medal in basketball. I know they hate to repeat that or even iterate that, but they have to. And a lot of these content creators from foreign countries are showing their disdain to U.S. citizens. And and that's not our fault, right? Whatever the United States foreign policy is, that's not our fault. We don't control nothing when it comes to that. We don't have a say when it comes to that. When it comes to United States foreign interests, we don't have a say. I don't care how much politicking you think you can do using a huge platform. They will crush you, right? But they want to take it out on us, the fans of sports in the United States, when it's a political ideology. Acting is more than a political ideology. It's an American theocracy to be dominant in the world. And the Olympiads, especially American Olympiads, symbolically have to mimic that mindset of dominating your competitor that represents other countries. And this is why they display the medal count. Now, mind you, these people don't get paid. This is free. This is free labor. It's like college, right? They pimping because the Olympics makes billions every 4 years. The IOC makes billions. That's one of the richest organizations the world over, the IOC. And no athlete gets paid a penny. It's free labor. I don't know how long that's going to last because people are starting to speak out against that. Because if you're a professional athlete, you're supposed to get paid for your professionalism. So that's something to watch in the future. But right now, it's voluntary free labor. So I'm enthusiastic watching these young men, the Anthony Edwards of the world, the Jason Tatums coming out of the doghouse and status of DNP to occurring minutes in a meaningful international competitive game or matchup. You got to remember now, France is the hosting country. And for them to be representing their country in the gold medal game is substantial. And this put Victor Wembanyama 10 times above anybody in this draft class. If anybody say anything other than that, they're delusional. I mean, come on. The man powered his team to a gold medal round against the best players in the world, right? If you don't want to say best players in the world, the best player that was presented, even though it was a world game. A lot of people like to talk with a slick tone. Victor Wembanyama is 10 times above anybody in that draft class. I don't care if he was on the select team or not. It doesn't even matter. This dude went out and balled. This 7'5" street stack of a player with virtual ability. I'm talking 2K like this ability. As his neck sit high up in cumulus clouds. To perform against the best that we have available. We can't get no better than what we sent, right? Maybe a player here or there, but on the overall, you can't get no better than what we sent. We sent 14 All-Stars. I think we were the only team with the most All-Stars by far. And Victor Wembanyama, Mr. Street Stack himself, powered his team to a gold medal that was in arm's reach, saved the Americans. Now, did you guys catch Frankie Cigarette? I mean, one of Flight's favorite players, right? Frankie Ntilikina. Frankie Cigarettes is out there in the midst of it all. Frankie Cigarette was out there in the midst of it all, playing for Team France, and people was cheering him on. At the same time, booing Joel Embiid, calling him a sellout. Calling him a sellout. Because France and the United States requested Joel Embiid's talent, and he chose the United States. Cameroon is a French colony. Well, you know, dominated from the French for years, especially after World War One. When they carved up Africa, France got Cameroon. That's why Joel Embiid is tri-label speaking individual. He speaks the Native African, he speaks American, and he speaks French. And he might speak more than that, knowing the Africans, they have multiple languages that they're able to speak. Because they've been heavily colonized. So Joel Embiid, the big behemoth, played against his colonized country, France, and they chided Joel Embiid from beginning to end. How hilarious is that? These Frenchmen, I'm coming to think, are they worse than Philadelphia fans? These Frenchmen, French is not known to be aggressive, right? They're known to be a country of love and romance. That's not war. That's not fight. That's just love. That's the French montage. Let's make love. And you know the freaking Frenchmen, right? They're known for a lot of freaky stuff and inventing a lot of freaky acts in the arena of copulation. We know this. But these fans were so belligerent, hostile, and rude. I thought They was playing this game in Boston. I really thought that. Salute to Basil Carpenter Jr. Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV. And if you're feeling a little gifty and you want to bless what we got going here, feel free. We're not stopping you. We're never going to be a hindrance when you're digging into the pockets and pulling out some coins. But we prefer the bills that fold. We will never be a hindrance to that. So feel free. Don't wait. Don't wait for us to ask. If it's in you, it's in you. So the hostility from the French fans was somewhat of an aberration of what most people feel about France, right? Ever since the French Revolution and the downing of Napoleon Bonaparte, the French wanted to make love. I mean, for crying out loud, they had to sell the United States, Louisiana, just to beat the Haitians. And it still didn't work. They lost. And what a tragedy for Haiti for beating up on poor Napoleon Bonaparte by the generalship of Toussaint L'Ouverture and Mussolini. What a travesty for Haiti, right? They won their independence, and then the Western world conspired to keep them in poverty until there's no more Haiti for the duration of that country's life. A tragedy. And every time Haiti try to pull themselves by their bootstrap, it seems to be some internal conflict that bring them back down to poverty. Because the Western world swore not to allow Haiti to ever rise again. And then we already know what the French and the Spanish did by dividing up Hispaniola and giving the Dominicans their portion and telling the Dominicans, if you stay with us, I'm talking about the Spaniards, if you stay with us, you would never see the sun set on this side of the country. Don't go and be with your brothers, the Haitians. Become a new nation, the Dominican Republic. And so they have basketball, but they wasn't good enough to make the push for Paris. And that's what we have right now in the Dominican Republic. Puerto Rico couldn't do it. Cuba couldn't do it. There's a lot of countries, even though Puerto Rico is part of the United States, the 51st state, more so Commonwealth than anything, but they still pride themselves as an independent, so-called country, and they represent themselves as such. So this is why Puerto Rico have their own basketball team, even though they're part of the province of the United States of America. They're like a welfare country. That's basically what they are. And they weren't able to do it. They didn't have enough strength. Dominica didn't have enough strength. Cuba didn't have enough strength. So it wasn't like every team that was invited got over the threshold and went overseas to compete for the gold medal as the United States continued their gold rush of medals. And when you look at it, there's nothing you can do with LeBron James. I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, come on, chat. Let's be honest about this. Yeah, basically, you can bet on anything nowadays. You can bet on anything nowadays. All you got to do is find someone that will accept your bet. But now look at this here. You cannot squash LeBron James. And I'm trying to weaponize you guys, right? I'm trying to weaponize your intellect, if I may do so. You cannot squash LeBron James on anything now that he won this gold medal, right? LeBron James is a multi-gold medalist. Kevin Durant is a multi-gold medalist. Steph Curry, multi. I think Durant could be the most decorated of all U.S. Olympic men's basketball participants. I think he passed Scottie Pippen. Now, or what's his name? Carmelo Anthony. I think Durant passed these guys. Now, Lisa Leslie was an all-time leading U.S. Olympic scorer in basketball, men and women. And Kevin Durant just passed her in this year's Olympics. So now Kevin Durant is the all-time U.S. basketball Olympic scoring leader. Lisa Leslie had held that for so many years, and a lot of people didn't realize that. I don't even know if they even talked about it during the Olympics. If they did, I didn't hear it. But I know Lisa Leslie, she's LA. She's an LA native. So, you kind of keep up on her stats from LA. And she was so decorated in high school and college and even in the WNBA. So you kind of follow her. So when she went into the Olympics as, the head champion, her, Sue, I think Cooper played in one. Tina Thompson, big lip Tina Thompson. Oh my God. Those are listen, if you ever seen Tina Thompson, she got the most succulent, voluptuous lips ever put on a female. Oh my God, Tina Thompson. Another USC alumni. And she was very good on those Houston Comet teams that I think Houston Comets have been dissolved. She was very good on those Houston Comet teams as being the third leg to Cynthia Cooper and Cheryl Swoops. Tina Thompson. She's, in some aspects, she's a forgotten integral piece to the Houston Comets dominating the WNBA early on in their inception. And now look at the explosion of interest that have been garnered towards the WNBA and the rise of Caden Clark and Angel Reese, and now the emergence of the focus is on Aja Wilson and Brittany Stewart. I mean, did you see Brittany Stewart rain those threes? Oh, was her name Brittany Stewart or something like that? Brianna Stewart? Did you see her shooting that damn basketball? And have you noticed Cameron, Stacey, Caden Clark has simmered tremendously after Brittany Stewart, not Brianna Stewart. Brianna Stewart is the one that got killed in Kentucky. Brittany Stewart, when you see her, that young lady shoot that damn basketball, man, she is effing them people up. And you can see why there was no need for Caden Clark's skill set, because they already have it with her. Now, I'm not familiar with the NWA. I said the NWA, United Nations The WNBA. I'm not all that familiar with them because I watched them in the late 1990s, early 2000s. Basically, when Lisa Leslie left, I kind of stopped watching. I started back a little bit when Candace Parker was drafted, you know, because how she dominated at Tennessee and then came into the WNBA. I kind of watched it a little bit, but then it kind of just faded away. My interest has faded away from it. But this Stewart gal is shooting lights out for the U.S. women's national team. UWNT, or U.S. women's national team. USWNT. So I was like, oh, okay. So this is what like Diana Taurasi and Aja Wilson and a lot of others were speaking about. Because to be honest, I was kind of alarmed about the existing shooting. I just didn't know they had Stewart out there because I don't know much about her. And man, oh man, oh man, had this girl shine the light on her face. So United States have another superb opportunity to win gold in the basketball. I think is that tomorrow or tonight, the women's game, and they can continue their dominance on women basketball globally. Because you don't hear the outcry for the women that the international scale has caught up with it. You don't hear that. Matter of fact, you don't hear any comparison about the international women catching up to the United States women. You don't hear it because the competitiveness between the United States women and the world is far beyond approach. I mean, there's chasms on chasms miles away from gaining ground on USA women basketball competition. And it reflects in the results throughout the history of Olympic play. And this is why it was very important for the men to come out and spare no mercy on the host team, France, led by Victor Wembanyama and Belushi, to end it as soon as possible so they can return the gold to home. Well, I won't say return the gold because they already had gold. Continue the gold to be rested around the neck of the United States men's national team. I think that was very, very important for the United States. So we got LeBron. We can add another moniker to his name. And when I'm saying add another moniker to his name, I'm not talking about in a malicious way or a salacious way. I'm talking about in a celebratory way by calling him. Anytime you put love in front of a tag with the love, make sure it represents something. Because since 2005, people have tried to tarnish LeBron's journey. And He have done some good stuff himself to enhance people looking at him with a wide eye, right? Or a side eye. He have done some things. I mean, his career is not perfect. You give somebody power, basically absolute power, basically, at a very young age, they don't have the mental capacity to be perfect and exercising or enforcing that power or leverage. Not going to be perfect, but there are going to be some missteps along the way. But to LeBron's credit, the NBA credit, this misstep has been far and few in between. And now, with the culmination of gold medal and MVP at historic, storied age of 38, 39, whatever that number might be, it's incredible. That that's incredible because most basketball players will be playing on one leg, one arm at that right old age of 38, 39. I knew something was irreversible when it came to the deep, the depreciation of LeBron James. When he led the league in fast break points a couple of years ago, he outpaced John Morant at fast break points. And John Morant that same season led the league in inside the paint scoring. Yeah, little John. It wasn't Giannis. Giannis second, third. It was John Morant who led the league that season. LeBron James led the league fast break points. That's right. Well, who wants to talk about that, right? Who wants to talk about that? They want to bring up LeBron as all-time leading turnover, which that could naturally be because of longevity. It's not because that he's an impotent or moron with the basketball. That is not why he's all-time turnover player. It could be due to duration, longevity. Right? So once again, I'm not advocating LeBron, right? I'm not a LeBron guy. I'm not a LeBron Gazer fanboy, meat rider, or whatever some of the terrible adjectives give to LeBron. I'm just recognizing basketball, and he just happened to be the name that has incorporated what basketball is since 2005. I'm not counting his rookie season. I'm not counting his sophomore season, but I'm counting his third season in the league. Starting to see a player's development and their trajectory of who and what they're most likely to be. This is where the executives of a team start to weigh in on a player's career in the third season, unless it just happen to be NBA God.
then that's a different story. But if executive offices are teetering on if because you got your foot wet, kind of got your financial situation in order. And now it's time for you to focus on basketball. And normally that third year is when this happens. You start to bloom and blossom into something that other teams might want, might need, or the team that drafted you feel that they love the way you're curating your skills. So that's why I started in 2005. We know he was a sensation. Went to him in the Wayne Wade was right up there as well. In 2005, the third season, is when you start getting the season. Because rookie and sophomore season, you're just turning over the meat on the grill, right? Right. This rookie season, you got the meat on one side. And then you start to see it sizzle a little. And you start to see the blood in the meat start rising. If you like it medium rare, you're going to turn it over. If you like it well done, you're going to let it sizzle a little bit more, and then you're going to turn it over in the sophomore season. So you turn the meat over on the grill. And let both sides cook and marinate until you feel it's ready. And the third thing you do, you take it off the grill and you put it on the plate. And then you start cutting it up, dicing the meat, and looking to see how it tenderizes. And you decide if it's ready to be eaten or it might need to cook. So see, this is why I can honestly say, without being a LeBron lover, but just being a pundit, a basketball, that LeBron James has definitely earned his general stripes. That LE before the bird should be a positive gesture towards LeBron James. League GM, league MVP, league coach. Because I think that's going to be the next one, right? League coach, because we really don't know what JJ Redick is going to do with the Lakers as far as his leadership. Because, like I said, JJ Redick seems to be one of those white guys. Very, I want to say this in a nice way, condescending. That's the nicest way I can say it. Describe JJ. He's not afraid, but he's condescending. And I think if he's not careful, that's definitely going to work against him. He's going to lose a lot. So hopefully LeBron will get him out of the green and sharpen him up a little bit when it comes to talking to men who are millionaires. I know he's been in the locker room and he's not too far removed from the locker room. But by him having, to me, a undefeated confidence, you could forget who came fast quicker. We have seen this plenty of times. Coaches fresh out the game come back. I mean, excuse me, players fresh out the game, come back to be coaches, sometimes they lose their wherewithal trying to be too much of a head honcho. And they soon to forget that this process of coaching players is a partnership. It's a partnership because you are partnering with the organization. And if the organization hired you, then you are a partner with the players as well. It's co-partner or co-parenting. And the baby is the game itself. And what you guys are trying to do is cohabitate to the point where you produce a winning baby. This is something that JJ Redick cannot allow to escape his mindset. And his dictation should should be in that fashion, or else he'll lose a lot. That's dead obvious. But we don't want that. As Laker fans, we don't want JJ Redick to lose the locker room. That's bullshit. I'm the coach. Listen to me. That's the kind of constantness he appears to have. He don't like when people disagree because he perceives himself as the sharpest tool in the shed or the smartest person in the room. That's how he perceives it. And it's obvious when you hear it. It's obvious when you see him on first take. So he's getting a league MVP. He's getting a league Olympiad gold medal in LeBron James. He's coming back to LA draped in gold. Anthony Davis is coming back to LA draped in gold. Did you see Anthony Davis coming off the bench? Did you see that? He had a strong game coming off the bench. Yes, I know he was under double figures, but the way he was out there snatching a rebound, the way he was intimidating Victor Wembanyama, he's something I love. So Anthony Davis is coming back as a two-time gold medalist, and the Lakers should have all the confidence in the world bringing back Anthony Davis and LeBron James as the Los Angeles Lakers, as I was told, is waiting for the market to reopen and more talks can be relative to the Lakers getting better. And I think that's cool. Steph Curry coming back to the Bay Area as a gold medalist and a catalyst in the last two important games, the semifinals and the finals, to get the U.S. men's national team over the hump. He's coming back to the Bay Area, Klay Thompson-less. And what a magnificent time for for Steph to reinvigorate the second portion of his career as he is on the other side of the mountain.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
So I think that is important for Klay Thompson to be able to do that. How do y'all feel about that? These NBA players returning. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker going back to Phoenix. That promote more confidence and the Phoenix wheelhouse of their players? Do the owner appreciate it? How you think that transpired?
I think it would be a wonderful thing to see Devin Booker and Kevin Durant return to their organization as Olympic champs. I think that's a hell of a thing to promote amongst their comrade, that the discipline, the focus, and the sacrifice that it takes to be a winner. Sons with that kind of mentality. And not only did Kevin Durant play a crucial role in the Olympics, he came off the bench, except for, I believe, the last two games. Definitely not the last game. I know Steve Kerr made that adjustment to get Kevin Durant out there so he can get in the groove early and make Victor Wembanyama play defense and pull him away from the rim. I know we look at Steve Kerr as the nilly of coaching. I don't know who ideal was it. Who gets the credit? Was it Spoelstra? Was it Lou? I don't know. But regardless of who's on that coaching staff, they're coaching as a unit. So that spun a little controversy because they traded what you call offense for defense by demoting Drew Holiday and Derek White to a smaller role in the gold medal game. And if there was any kind of confusion to anything, winning that gold medal harms it. Because like I said, there's going to be uncomfortable moments, but at the same time, it's not the name on the back of the jersey. It's what's on the front of the jersey that you're representing most of all. And anything other than that, it's just pure selfishness. And you're not a good player. You're not. So the MVP, say it loud, say it proud. The MVP, the Olympic gold medalist, say it loud, say it proud. Once again, LeBron James has somewhat calmed these choppy waters of haters, naysayers, disbelievers, misinformationalists, and straight out liars. And you can see the sloppiness that's on their face when they announce the United States men's national team has won gold and LeBron James has won MVP. Do you see the sloppiness on their face? I mean, it's incredible that you can steep that deep into hate over an athlete. That you can see the sloppiness on your face when you announce he was the MVP. And now we're going to hear all kind of conspiratorial Oh, he was a torchbearer, so they had to give him MVP. I mean, these people are so moronic, it's unbelievable. I can see why they didn't graduate high school. I can honestly see why they didn't graduate high school. Because they're going to find every nook and cranny that they can to try to sully LeBron James' name because of this. They won't succeed. I mean, they won't succeed, but they still putting that out in the ethers. They still putting it out in the YouTube landscape. They still putting it out in old media and even some new media. Because a lot of LeBron haters have came over to YouTube to spread and exploit their hate for the man. They would even talk about Gloria wearing a blonde wig. And that makes LeBron James a bad father. You see that Bronny James have quiet to some degree the criticism of being drafted 55. Can you believe that? People are criticizing the Laker organization and LeBron James as a father because his son, his firstborn, was drafted 55 to a team that he plays with. Who cares about the 55th draft pick? Now you see how that flood of criticism has dissipated and have reached the stands, and the water has slowed down and retreated to some degree. But they waiting. We all know that they're waiting in the bushes like alley wishes for another flawed moment from Bronny so they can hurl new assault at LeBron James. We know that's coming. So it brings joy to my spirit that the United States have won gold. I mean, Swaggy P even had something to say. As comedic as Swaggy P been in his NBA career, and we know it came to a crescendo when the shit hit the fan between him and D'Angelo Russell over his then girlfriend, rapper. No need to say her name. He came out and said the United States men's basketball team shouldn't play basketball because of the death of Stoner Matthews. Now, all the players and competitors that's over in Paris competing with the banner of USA across their chest, he didn't target them. He wanted to target the U.S. men's basketball team. But guess who's on that team? And that would brought up a storm of controversy because LeBron James is supposed to be a part of the woke movement. The woke, right? Remember they call him the woke? The Black Lives Matter circus. He was entrenched in that movement during the 2020 season, which was a pandemic season, and he integrated the Black Lives Matter cry into the NBA. If he didn't initiate it, at least he approved it. He was part of that panel committee that decided if they want to continue playing basketball or not. And he said, Obama called him and, he came back the president down. I mean, he wasn't the president, but, former president down. So he gave it a yes. So all the billionaires was happy again because they thought that was going to be a loss of revenue for that season. So Swaggy P tried to regurgitate the George Floyd atmosphere. And I know Swaggy. And I thought that was kind of disappointing. Not that he brought attention to Sonia Massey, not that he brought the attention to the platform of the U.S. men's national team, but the way he did it. Because I don't know, and I haven't seen Swaggy P out here in these streets advocating for Sonia Massey. I haven't seen it. So you on the sideline, pumping your pom-pom, and you want those that the cameras are on to promote your idea of protest based on Sonia Massey. Sonia Massey got Ben Crump as her attorney. That family gonna be good for the rest of their lives. I know they lost a mom, or I know they lost a sister, a daughter, an auntie, a cousin. No loss of life is good. But on the contract, when you have somebody like civil rights attorney Ben Crump in your corner, you're not going to be in loss for future earnings. That's for sure. So I think Swaggy P was out of his lane of intelligence in trying to promote a solicitation of protest and throw it on the shoulders of Lee MVP, because we know who he was targeting. Lee MVP. I think that was a dastardly act from Swaggy P, even though I know Swaggy P. I think it was dastardly. He shouldn't have done it. This is why he didn't have legs. Nobody took it serious because that is a serious thing, and nobody seen Swaggy P out here on the front line, grassroots, advocating for Sonia Massey. Some may agree, some may disagree with me, but that's where I stand on that. I believe the NBA, now that the Olympics is over and everybody's going back home to their mundane activities, getting ready for training camp, there might be some that speak out on behalf of the recklessness that befell Sonia Massey. I mean, the guy was immediately arrested, right? He's in jail, and he was charged with some heavy crimes. And we know there's a backstory to that that is terrifying. So Swaggy P, I don't know, my guy. I think you need to reserve yourself back to the Drew League and Camp Hill reality show and leave that to the real people that's out on the front line making sure that justice is served. Olympic basketball as we await the women to up the medal count for the United States. The last time I checked on the medal count, China was up. China had 39 gold medals. The United States had 38 gold medals. Australia has 18 gold medals. And Japan has 18 gold medals also. But in the overall scope of things, the United States lead all countries in medal counts with 122. China coming in second with 90. So the United States is the only team right now that has triple-digit medals. No other team in Paris can claim that. And we're looking for the next gold medal in the women's national team as they face it as an overwhelming favorite to abolish their competition. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight on this Olympic recap as the United States walk, as United States men's basketball led by the MVP, LeBron James, walk into the winning circle and to celebrate and giving Joel Embiid his first medal ever as he returns to Mortgage Financial. No, is it Mortgage Financial? And I forgot the name of their stadium so fast. Wells Fargo Center, excuse me. Yeah. Wells Fargo Center. Sitting out there on I-95 next to Lincoln Financial Field as it lights up so beautifully with lined up array of colors that makes that area look so aesthetic. You got Steph Curry returning to the Chase Center. You got LeBron James returning to Crypto.com arena. You got the rest of the Boston Celtics, who had the most members from a team, traveling back to Beantown to the TD Center or TD Arena. You got Kevin Durant returning to the American Airlines Arena, him and Booker. You got Tyrese Halliburton. Man, we didn't hear much of Tyrese Halliburton in these Olympics. Do you think if LaMelo Ball was eligible to play in these Olympics, do you think that we would have got more splash from LaMelo Ball than Tyrese Halliburton if he had qualified to play in these Olympics? Could we have gotten more contribution from LaMelo and LaFrance Ball than Tyrese Halliburton in these Olympics if LaMelo Ball happened to be qualified to engage to capture a spot on the U.S. men national team? I wonder what kind of doozy will that have been, knowing that LaMelo Ball is a rock star. Can you imagine him walking in and out of the arenas and events that's non-basketball, and the clamor and hysteria surrounding his presence. Could you imagine that? Because listen, we know LeBron is the global icon, right? So you can't compare that. LeBron's a global icon. But LeBron is older. He's an older statesman. LaMelo Ball is part of the youthful movement moving forward in the absence of LeBron, Curry, and KD. And could you imagine 6'8" LaMelo Ball with Gucci frame walking through the streets of Paris, France, and entering in multiple events as a emissary because Snoop was the official ambassador, Snoop Dogg, but as an emissary of United States culture in France. Do you think LaMelo would need security? Could he have walked around free? So LaMelo got 4 years to get in gear to see if he could qualify to be part of a gold medal run and continue the dominance of U.S. men's national team rush for gold. Can LaMelo Ball be a part of the Olympic team in 4 years and continue the gold rush? Is it possible? Do you think he wants to? Because I think he wants to. I think LaMelo Ball wants to be a part of representing the United States of America in a global game of basketball. So before he becomes an Olympiad, LaMelo has a prime opportunity to be a part of Fiba, to be a part of that national team, as well as Lonzo. Lonzo got 2 years to be a part of FIBA basketball. Could Lonzo play his way into an invite to the national team? Is it possible? Oh, hold on. Oh, no panic. We got no panic in the building. What's going on, no panic?
What's up?
Yeah, we just here, man, trying to flood the stream with cheers of United States national team run to gold. We know they didn't get there without controversy because you had the Jaylen Brown controversy, you had the Kyrie controversy, because both of those players would have been very impactful. And I think Kyrie would have been really impactful because there was no guards out there that could guard him. This dude would have been mad crazy, Kyrie, if he was on this team. Because there was no guards that could guard him. Josh Giddey, nobody could guard this guy. I mean, because our guard play was suspect, right? Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Halliburton, Derek White, Drew Holiday. Our guard play was suspect, and they still thrived. So you can imagine as a seasoned international veteran as Kyrie, he would have tormented the opposing backcourt on any team the U.S. would have faced. Agree or not?
Yeah. I mean, it's like when you look at the reason why they ain't bringing Jalen Brown. Well, I think they ain't bringing Jalen Brown because of the him backing up Kyrie on that little situation. And the reason why they Tatum ain't play as much as you would think he should play if he is top 10 player in the NBA or whatever. That's because like you gotta think about it like the game across seas is more skilled. And I ain't saying Jason Tatum ain't skilled, but it's like his defense overrated. He can score, but I don't know. It's like I can't really break him down because I'm a professional scout, but I just don't see. I can understand why Tatum ain't even played or whatever. And when you were saying about LaMelo Ball, I don't think LaMelo Ball gonna be able to play in the Olympics until he get a new shoe contract with a different with like a Nike or somebody that gonna back him into the Olympic space or whatnot. Because a lot of the times, a lot of players that ain't playing Olympic play just off of brain, like they want Nike out there more than anything.
But all
But
the players were Nike players, though.
no, I don't think all of them but Nike players. I think was all them Nike players? Because I know you just gotta have a big brand deal that can't be like a Puma or how Kyrie signed with Anti or Clay signed with come on with like who Steph Curry signed with now?
I don't know. I think he's still Under Armour, right?
He's still with Under Armour.
Yeah.
It's like Under Armour, they ain't Nike, but at the same time, it's like a safe brand because it's like it's a multi-sport brand where you got Under Armour cleats. I mean, the brand thing is a big thing. I just know that's a big thing when it comes to Olympics. Like they try to make it the politics not about that, but it's about branding. And Nike wants certain players to be represented or whatever. So I don't. So when I'm listening to you talk about Lamelo, I know the part off topic from what you asked me, but when I've been hearing you talk about Lamelo, it's like I can see Lamelo in the Olympics, and if he did make the Olympics this year, I think they would have treated him just like they treat Halliburton, where they just really even give him that playtime. I think Halliburton just been kind of like whatever shoe brand he would have want him out there. Not
I can't hear you, no panic.
you hear me?
I don't know. Yeah, now I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I don't. I think Derek White probably is the only player outside of honestly, I think he's the only player that actually on the team for like what he can bring to winning. Him and Drew Holiday. I'll say him and Drew Holiday. Because those are the only two who ain't necessarily superstars. They ain't necessarily like road, like journeymen and nothing like that. But it's like they bring a certain skill set to play both sides of the ball and shoot. So those are two only players I feel like if you had to go down the list of the players in the league who you would pick for a winning team, those are two you would pick. I mean, of course, you're going to have LeBron because he's LeBron, but LeBron also got fame. You want him out there. Curry, same thing. AD, I feel like AD only out there because of LeBron. Embiid, he the best big in the league. Why not? It's like those two players, Drew Holiday and Derek White, are the only two actual players that you can put on any team in the league and it will work. And I think that's a coaches. I think the coaches get a certain amount of players that they could personally pick to be on a team. So when I look at Tatum and I look at Halliburton, I can understand why they ain't been getting as much play time. Halliburton don't play in the half court, so he wouldn't really fit in Steve Kerr offense or whatever you want to run. Same with Jason Tatum, and on defense, he ain't really. It's like Jason Tatum defense looks real good on the Celtics because he got Jalen Brown next to him, because he got Drew Holiday next to him, because he got Derek White next to him, because he got Horford, who's a smart post defender. Not he might not be the shot blocker, but he's a smart post defender. But Jason Tatum do present a lot of mismatches when he got the ball in his hand. But I can understand why he been on the bench most of the Olympics. But it would be I would like to see LaMelo in the Olympics. Like I it's not that I'm tired of winning gold medals because I mean, if I gonna represent my country, like I'm gonna cheer for them. But it's like we wanted it in the same way. It's like I kind of want to like see today's basketball on display, even though Curry kind of represent that with the three ball or whatnot. It's like I don't know. It's like the style of basketball I watch is like it's getting boring watching them that win that way. Like I want to kind of see them win where they winning by 40 a game, and I don't think you can do that with a team like how the team is built now, where a lot of older players are the anchors because they ain't gonna really trying to run. They gonna build the offense around LeBron. I don't care what team it is. When LeBron on your team, you're gonna bullet around LeBron. So the pace of what they've been playing is kind of LeBron type of pace. But if you remove LeBron, because he don't say he ain't gonna play in the next Olympics or whatever, you move LeBron, remove KD, you remove AD, shit, even Embiid sometimes, because Embiid's a goofy ass player, and you put in some of these players like a Derek Fox, De'Aaron Fox, a LaMelo Ball, keep Ant Edwards. You will have a faster moving team. They'll be blowing these damn international players out. Don't get me wrong, the skill level may be, as far as the IQ may be a low different, and that's why I feel like the Olympics this year, but more about IQ when it comes down to winning more so than we just got the better team. But I would like to see LaMelo. I ain't gonna lie. I just know I'll never see it unless he damn join the 3v3 league during the season and then play 3v3 in Olympics.
The new Olympic regime, then they most likely will have to get a new coach because Steve Kerr, I don't think he wants to play that kind of style in the Olympics. Just run up and down the court and hopefully he can get the best shot possible. I think he want to try to be more meticulous so he can have his fingerprints on it. So who's going to coach that kind of style of basketball that LaMelo, Jason Tatum, Darion Fox, and some of the new iteration of young homegrown
Going in and out.
part of that team, they small Jason Tatum, Darion Fox, maybe Spider Mitchell next time around. They like to run up and down the court.
Yeah, I think you drop out
Want
again.
to coach a team like that.
Yeah, like, I think if you take the Boston Celtics that just won a championship and put them in the Olympics, I think they win gold medal. Like that's how I feel like it's like this Olympics is we made it hard on ourselves because we get these collection of players and we trying to run an offense that ain't been practiced all year. We just going off of just pure natural ability. And it's like you got LeBron on the court. Do you build entirely around LeBron's skill set? Or do you build entirely around the players that you know, which is Steph Curry, who play for your team? And it's like, but you still got to get everybody a touch on the ball. Like you got to get Ant Edwards involved because he been averaging like 16 a game. Kid, he been averaging 16 a game. Damn, LeBron been around 16 a game. Curry only been averaging 7 a game. These last 2 games, but only 2 games that he really pop out. So it's like the style of play. I don't think it's like this the first year I remember the Olympics actually using a coach that actually, even if I don't consider Steve Kerr one of the best coaches in the league, this one of the first time they actually had one of the best coaches in the league. Because I don't remember when the Olympics been going on in the years prior or whatnot. I don't think they had a Bo Jackson on the sidelines. I don't think they had a Tyronn Lue, which I think he's a good coach, but not because of X and O's, just because how he adapt with his players or whatnot. I don't remember seeing at some point Doc Rivers at some. I don't remember seeing these things. I mean, I think Doc Rivers was on the coaching staff at one time. I want to see wasn't coaching staff, but it's like we are seeing a coach out there, and you gotta.
Yeah, they in the past they kind of have. I think the Mike Krzyzewski,
Yeah, it's like, but
Coach K.
and see what
He
Mike
kind of ran the
Krzyzewski,
Olympics
even
for
though
a
he's
minute.
a good college coach, college coaches don't know anything about the modern game. Not modern game, but when he run at Duke, Duke always had the best players. So as far as him being able to get a collection of talent together and succeed, he 50-50 with that because you remember now the reason why Coach K kind of retired or whatever was because the one and done era coming. And he the type of coach where he got to be methodical, he got to be consistent. He he can live with one or two players being one or done, but he need most of the team to be there for at least 3 years to implement or to keep
Not
something
only
going.
the one and done, but the NIL and the transfer portal. That killed a lot of those old curmudgeons who use their power to keep the young kids in check.
Yeah, like Nick Saban.
Exactly.
So it's like when I watch these, because everybody got an ego. I don't care if you a coach or you a player or you assistant coach or you a ball boy. Everybody got an ego. These coaches, Steve Kerr coming to the Olympics, and his mindset is, I want to put my imprint on winning this gold medal. I know we're gonna win the gold medal, but I want to win it with my offense or how I do it, so I can show. Oh no, I'm a good coach. I can coach any talent. I can just throw talent together and win. So I think Steve Kerr he started off trying to make everybody happy because he do seem like he got that type of personality. He seemed like he want everybody to be happy, so he probably been running different things and not realizing what he really want to do. And then when they get closer, they like with South Sudan, I feel like that been the biggest thing that been like, hey, y'all can lose. If somebody come and really play their game, y'all can lose. So now you got to kind of start coaching. And when everybody been blaming Kerr and saying Kerr don't know what he's doing, it's like it's the same thing at Golden State. Like if you ain't got Steph Curry on the court going fucking 7 in a row, hitting threes. It's a lot of games Golden State wouldn't be in. It's like people give Kerr a lot more credit than they give Curry credit sometimes. Even though Curry, people look at Curry and say he top 10 for top 15 or whatever. It's like Curry gets so much more credit because he got somebody like Klay Thompson who can be fourth quarter clear or game 4, game 5 clear, whichever game he's go off on or whatnot, that save certain series or save certain games. That is like you ain't gonna say oh it been a bad coaching job up until this point because in your mind it's like think about how many times Golden State down 15, 20 points in the third quarter. Like if they kept the stat of us, I guarantee you Golden State will probably lead the league over the past 5 to 10 years on trailing by 20, 15, 20 points at certain given points in the game throughout the season. Because it's like they gotta if they don't catch
Okay,
fire from the beginning,
say for instance, if you talking about the new crop that will represent the Olympics, because it's not going to be Curry, it's not going to be Durant, it's not going to be LeBron. 4 years from now, most of these guys are going to be done. If they're still in the league, I don't know if they have enough legs to play that many games past their playoff and off-season things of that nature. So the guys you think that might be the next faces of U.S. men national team, who would coach that team? You think Steve Kerr is going to coach the next Olympics 4 years from now, or a new coach?
well, the next Olympics in LA, I think Kerr will be on for that. I think they're gonna give him another shot. Or if he wanted, if Kerr wanted coach from 4 years from now in LA Olympics, I think he will be the coach. But if he said, you know what, the collection of young talent that y'all bringing in now, I don't think I'll be able to get them past the hump. Which I don't think he would be able to get a young team. If you taking LeBron, if you taking KD, if you taking Curry, if you taking some of the mainstays of the team, and now the team made up of the ancillary parts without those three players, without AD, without Embiid, without who's another player that's not old, but it's like I just don't see them playing 4 years from now at a high level. But those if you take those players out, you got Tatum going to lead the team. Jalen Brown definitely going to get a chance next time because of all the backlash. Do De'Aaron Fox, but De'Aaron Fox ain't really a shooter, so it's like, do you bring him in? Drew Holiday ain't gonna be there to play defense. Derek White, I for sure know he ain't gonna be there in 4 years because I don't know what made them pick him up this. I mean, honestly, I don't know what made them pick him up, but it's like they ain't gonna do that all over again. So now you look at the younger talent in the league that coming up, even the ones who in that mid to late 20s, like a Brandon Ingram or maybe not Zion because he need to get his shit together. Um, Shit, who else some good? Like I just don't see LaMelo being in the Olympics. I don't think they pick. I don't think they pick him. I think the Olympic Committee got their mindset on what they want. Like 20% is how does this fit our team? Another 30% is okay. Well, we need some type of damn star talent, and then the other percent is these brains. Nike want us to put this player here. And I see a lot of newer players often against going with the bigger brands, instead going like how LaMelo going to Puma, get all that money. I think younger players gonna look at it and say, well, why sign with Nike and be one of 50 players they gotta promote when I can be on Puma and be one of 10? So now it's like that's the real question in 4 years. Do the Olympic Committee change how they look at picking players? Because remember, it used to be tryouts, but now it's like,
But even with the trials, you know who was going to make the team. You know they weren't going to cut no Carmelo Anthony. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Even though they had the trial, it was still kind of like thick. Maybe two or three people was trying to make it, but the top tier of that talent was dead on going to make the Olympic team. So to some degree, it was kind of false.
yeah. Because I mean, like I said, it's always those one or two players on the Olympic team that you can look at and say, this person, even though they may be a star, they may not be a star, but this person helps winning. Like Carmelo Anthony, he's an actual scorer. So all them teams that won the gold medal when he been on them, even the team that ain't did not want him, he been the main scorer because he's a pure scorer. No matter if you had LeBron or whoever, even when Kobe was on the team, Carmelo still been your go-to scorer. And now the same Carmelo nowadays as KD. But KD ain't gonna be there 4 years from now. So now you look around the league, who is this pure scorer that America gonna bring to LA and say, okay, you gonna be our mainstay player. You gonna for sure
What
average.
about Paulo Banchero, right? He's waiting in the wings.
But I don't think he the type of scorer like KD and Durant. I mean KD and Melo. It's like when the Jordan Olympic team, right? That just been star players against developing countries as far as like basketball wise or whatnot. So it ain't really been close. Like they supposed to win by 40. But nowadays, like at any given country you play, got an NBA player or two on their roster. Like when you look at with Germany, you look at what's his name? He had played for the Lakers, the point guard, Schrader. When he in the league, he's a regular player. He got to fit in a certain way. He can go off here and there. When he play in the Olympics, it's like this nigga is Jordan because now he got the most trust on the team because he's like the one of two or three NBA players that is like, no, you are LeBron, you are Kobe, you are star player on the team. Like you the one that when we go how you go, so they tend to play better. So when I look at the USA team in 4 years, it's like if you take all these older players off that I named, like Drew Holiday, Derek White, LeBron, KD, shit, Embiid, AD gonna be hurt, so he ain't gonna be playing. It's like now you look at the bare bones of the team as Tatum, Anthony Edwards, Halliburton. It's like you really ain't got nothing to build off. So now you gotta look around the league. And like Banchero, I think Banchero will be good for the Olympics, but I just don't see him in the role of being a scorer. I think you can bring De'Aaron Fox in because he can push the pace. But then you got to look at it like how you had mentioned Lonzo Ball. I would love to see a healthy Lonzo Ball in the Olympics because he a two-way player. That's a Derek White right there. That's a Drew Holiday right there. So I can see him being on the Olympic team, and he signed a Nike and whatnot. So it's like looking 4 years from now, I can't see a coach like what coach they gonna have Van Kerr.
You
If
said
it
he
is
signed to
Kerr,
Nike?
yeah, in Lonzo still with Nike.
No, I don't think he signed anybody.
I thought he had like a little exclusive deal with Nike or something like that.
Not that I know of. I mean, anything possible, but I don't know of anything like
I
that.
might be mistaken, but yeah, like I don't know, like I in 4 years when they're in LA, I don't see Team USA winning gold because I just can't see 4 years from now what players gonna fit in what role. Like, yeah, Anthony Edwards gonna be there.
Right, right, right. But what about Steve Kerr? Do you think Steve Kerr would take on the challenge to try to win a gold without the powerhouse players of LeBron James, KD, and Steph Curry? You think he would try to put that on his resume that he won without those iconic playmakers?
I think he gonna stay. I think he gonna stick around. But see that it's hard to answer because I don't think Kerr will want that challenge of dealing with a younger team and trying to win gold. Because that will be a challenge to have younger players. Because the vets on the team with KD and LeBron and whatever and Curry is like that's still prime NBA right now. But in 4 years, two or three or all three of those main players gonna be retired. And then the second level of players on that team gonna be a little older. And it's like now you got to kind of take a bunch. Like, remember that team with LeBron been on at the end that won gold? It's like trying to coach that. Like, you got all athletic talent in the world. The only player that actually come and show up to play on them teams that lose and they ain't win gold is Carmelo. I feel like you got to find your Carmelo Anthony. You got to find your KD. You got to find your consistent bucket. Then once you find your consistent bucket, you got to find somebody as good, but he can come off the bench. Because think about it now, when we see Embiid putting up 30 points in the first half in the NBA, you couldn't tell me we ain't thought he was going to be doing that for Team USA with all that talent around him. When we see Curry putting up 20, 25 points a game or going for 35 or whatnot, you couldn't tell me we ain't thought he was going to be doing that in the Olympics, all Olympics. But he only been averaging 7 points a game. And I understand, like, the ball got to go around and all that, but it's like LeBron showed me getting this triple-double. KD still been leading the team in scoring. Edwards still been doing his thing, but it's like after that, it's like people been taking turn when they gonna show up. Shit, I can't remember seeing Halliburton even on the court, to be real with you.
Yeah, Halliburton didn't get much. He didn't get much burn. Even in blowouts, he didn't get much burn.
Yeah. And think about it. If the reason why I say I don't think Kirk will want that challenge in 4 years, because with this Olympics alone, I ain't really that big on Tatum. But at the same time, it's like Tatum coming off a world championship. You giving his lesser known, lesser role teammate more rub than him. Two of them, matter of fact. So that lets me know you didn't know how to use a player like Tatum. Which, like I said, I know I hard on Tatum, pause, but it's like, bruh, Tatum can be used a 16 wing that can shoot, and he can at least use his limp the fake shots, and then you got him playing in the Olympics in an international style rules. Like he should be somebody who can be that next LaMelo. I'm not LaMelo, that next Carmelo, that next KD. That's to me is the person that you look forward to be that person. But at the same time, we also see Tatum don't show up in big moments. So that gonna be the main thing. If you put all your stake on our Carmelo, our KD, our Larry Bird, or whoever been the main go-to scorer outside of Jordan, who been that consistent bucket on them teams, is going to be Tatum. Now we get to these big games and the big moments. We might not can count on him giving us 17 a game. Now he giving us 11 and 10. That's my only thing about Kerr. So I don't think he's gonna take that chance, especially if you telling him, hey, listen, Tatum need to get rubbed this year around. Like you need to get him on the court. And don't get me wrong, they got the world championships in like 2 years or whatnot, where they're saying like the B team or whatnot, that they usually qualify with no problem, whatnot. But it's like, but when the B team get off the
I
court, it's
don't
like
think
they
LeBron is going to play.
no, he ain't.
I don't think
He
LeBron's
don't
going to
say
play
he
in
ain't
that
playing.
season. Yeah, he ain't going to do that. Him and KD, I think they're going to move away from that.
Yeah. Because they said, you see how they pushed Carmelo out? Even though Carmelo been getting blackballed, as he said, whatnot like that, at the end of the day, it's like, you mean to tell me you couldn't still use him in Olympic style basketball? Like certain players like Carmelo and KD are thrive overseas. Not saying they don't thrive in the NBA, but I just saying like an international player, like that's their game. Like they is getting to your spot, hitting the bucket, moving the ball around, getting open shots. Like that's KD and Carmelo game. Carmelo can play the mid post. Shit, he bigger than a lot of those threes and fours on in international players. So when I look at Tatum, it's like Tatum definitely gonna have to be that KD Carmelo person in 4 years. But I just don't trust Tatum enough to carry that mantle and be consistent game to game to do that. And I think Kurt understand that, and Kurt gonna feel like, you know what? Let's give a younger coach a chance. Let's give somebody else a chance. Who the assistant coach right now in the Olympics? Who on the staff?
It's Spolstra and on the
I think sports are gonna be the coach in 4 years. I think it's gonna be an internal discussion because all the backlash Kurt get, they're gonna say. Because think about it. I know the last Olympics, America did kind of like just barely beat a lot of teams. But think about it. You old enough to remember America winning by 50. You waking up at 2, 3 in the morning, turning on TV on CBS, and America up by 70 points and shit. Nowadays, like we win by 2. Oh, South Sudan almost get us. It's like that shit embarrassing and effort. You got that much good players around the league on one team, and a team like South Sudan that got less than what 50,000 people in the country that got them a just now developing basketball program. It's like, come on. That's why people are saying it's coaching. But I think people going to get in Kurt in and say, listen, that's good we win gold, but we ain't gonna have LeBron. We ain't gonna have Curry. We ain't gonna have Katie. We ain't gonna have some of these ancillary parts. We gonna have to rely on younger players around the league. What is your plan to get Tatum more involved? What is your plan to get Halliburton, who can't play in the half court, at least right now? He can develop that at some point, but at least right now, he can't play in the half court. How do you get these players developed? And that's why I said when I look at LaMelo, even from a basketball standpoint, just looking at how Team USA operate, and from a from a brand standpoint, I don't think LaMelo ever makes a USA team because Halliburton is. I don't want to say him and Halliburton is the same player, but their play styles kind of the same way. The only difference is I feel like LaMelo's a better off ball player than Halliburton. So he would work, but it's like, how often do you want to take the ball out LaMelo hands and let somebody else dictate the game? Because if you do that, what other point guard, what other ball handler in the league that's young and that's going to be in the Olympics in 4 years that you going to trust to where you can move a LaMelo off the ball? Like when I look at all that, and like how your question go to, you think Kerr? I don't think Kerr want that challenge. I think Kerr gonna say, yeah, it's too much of a mess. That's too much thinking. That's too much trying to put these pieces together. We gotta practice, but we need end game to kind of like get all these things together. And I feel like him doing that with these young players gonna cause him losing some games in the trials or cause him losing some games in the warm up into the Olympics. And I think that mentality gonna go into the actual Olympic game when he start counting, and they're gonna start losing match games. Because these other countries, I don't want to say they're getting better players, but they're learning how to play better together against teams like USA. They understanding like the coaching better and all, not even just the players being more skillful, the everything better. Then when you look at the draft, shit, half the first round with players that had last names you can't even now pronounce. So in 4 years, imagine how much international players that maybe not first round talent, maybe not even second round talent, but they're French NBA players that you give anybody a shot who can actually hoop on that level, and you put them around superstars, and you just ask, hey, you can shoot like a motherfucker. You just ain't an athletic NBA player, but you can shoot, and you got marginal athletic ability. Put them around a Jokic. Jokic is like the only player on Serbia if you really think about it. Coming down Bogdanovic or whatever. But Bogdanovic, when he in the NBA, what he do? Catch and shoot. But when he in the Olympics, shit,
I think they got Micic, right? I think Micic is their point guard over there, so he's a decent player in the NBA. But
yeah,
what do you think? But listen, Penny, do you
yeah.
think Lamelo Ball, Rookie of the Year, playing international basketball? You think that gives him any credibility of being a good international player?
No, because LaMelo already been overseas most of his young life. Like I feel like him playing for the Olympics, it would be a good, something to have on your record to say I got a gold medal. But if you saying him playing for the Olympic team that gonna boost his profile internationally, I don't not his profile, but that gonna boost like his standings amongst international players. Because every NBA player, no matter how, like KD don't want to just be known as the best NBA player. He want to be known as the best player in the world. He want to be known as one of the best players that ever touched the court, whether that's in America, Serbia, China, fucking Russia, wherever. So when you thinking about it like that, to me, LaMelo already certified internationally. To me, I don't know he can play the international game. That's why with me, I would bring him over to in the Olympics to play Olympic style basketball because he understand the rules. Like the spacing is so tight within the lines as far as playing in international rules. A lot of players in you said like Tatum probably didn't get on the court because Tatum need more room and Tatum need more room. Like he needs shooters around him. So if you got shooters but you still ain't got that much room, how effective could you be getting to the basket? Especially if your dribble package ain't as good as people as you think it is. Like that's why I look at Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown handles ain't as good as he think it is. That's why he lose the ball a lot. Well, not maybe this year, but prior years he's always dribble the ball off his foot or get the ball rip or like he'll have this wild dribble going to the basket and lose it or whatnot. But I mean, for LaMelo, like I don't think he need Olympic basketball to like put himself in a certain standard in people's eyes when it come to international play. Maybe for the casual fan, but I mean, me and you don't know he since he been what 15, 16, he been overseas. So
Yeah, but the the Summer Olympics of 2028, I think, is in LA.
yeah,
I think it's going to be in LA, and they're going to use that Inuit Dome, the most expensive arena ever built for the basketball play, and that will be something exciting to have a homer, right? Like
yeah,
Victor Wembanyama was a homer for Fred.
yeah.
LaMelo will be the homer for Los Angeles. You
But
don't think they would try to work that storyline in there?
we've been talking about like the Olympics in Charlotte this year, and it's like Michael Jordan from North Carolina. So yeah, that you would want him, but you got to understand like a good portion of the league is from LA. So like when the casual fan want to watch basketball, casual fan think about basketball, and they think about the best LA players in the league, they gonna be like, oh well, Paul George, the Rose, and shit, who's some other LA players. You get through about 5 or 6 LA players before you get to LaMelo. Not saying that LaMelo ain't the most popular, but what I'm saying is like if you want to just look at who with Nike or who with a big brand, who got cash in the league, who's a good ambassador for the league. Like when you look at all these different things, there's a lot of players in LA that you can put in front of LaMelo and say, "Oh yeah, look, we got 4 of them playing in LA in front of their hometown." So I mean, like what was there to say about that? So I don't think just being in LA gonna be something that the league look at and say, "Yeah, LaMelo be perfect for this." I think they could want LeBron to play in there because if he still play for the Lakers, I think
No, I
shit. I don't
think
think they'll
LeBron will be
take
done.
Bronny
He'll be done
son.
by then. They
I think
want
they take
Bronny. They probably want
Yeah,
Bronny.
they'll take somebody from the Lakers and be like, yeah, we
LeBron be done. And listen,
uh
the controversy with Kawhi Leonard, okay? Kawhi Leonard couldn't wear all the Nike ensemble that they had, and they wouldn't let him wear nothing New Balance. So, I mean, yeah, it's getting ridiculous with this bullying of the brands, right?
yeah,
Brands and bullying. That's what that is right now, you know. And Nike got the big money, we know. So whoever pays the piper,
yep,
that's who he's going to play.
yep,
Now, Kawhi is I don't know, he's kind of mysterious because I mean he really don't have a lot of wear and tear on his body, right? He only got injuries, and
mm-hmm.
if you consider that wear and tear, then okay, I can see. But as far as like knowledge, I mean, he should still be somewhat available for the 28 Olympics.
Yeah, and
Kawhi
like
right
yeah,
now is how old is Kawhi? 30?
yeah, about that, about 30, 31. Well, let me check.
So that would be interesting to see if he would qualify for a spot on the team. I don't think Paul George. I think Paul George he's out of reach. I don't think he's I don't see Paul George being a part of that next Olympic team. No James Harden. No, you definitely
Yeah,
know Russell Westbrook. I think Drew Holiday is done. I think he got his last goal. He's done. So I don't know, man. It's not too many really LA guys that can hold the fort
yeah.
of this new crop. I'm talking about the new crop of players. You know, I think LA. I think LA has ran out of juice.
Yeah, because said Kawhi 33, so that means he'll be 37 when he come back around.
Yeah, so yeah, he's done. He's done.
Yeah.
So I
And
think there's room for LaMelo as far as being the home team, hometown country representative.
yeah. It's like with John Morant, right? I can see John Morant in the Olympics because to me it's like he part of that new wave. A lot of people forget about John Morant because he ain't played last year or whatnot. But to me, he with Nike. He got a big brand. The only drawback to him was he had that little incident. But if he stayed clean for the next 4 years, who's going to really remember that? You know what I mean? So it's like I can see him joining, but how well developed his game gonna be to fit in with the actual team? Because you can have all the athletic ability, all the talent in the world, but you still gotta fit within any different team system. Like you got to be able to say, okay, this my game. I thrive on my team because we run a lot of these, and that gets me open to get to the basket. But now you got to join a team where it's like, okay, well, most of the plays ain't gonna be ran for you, so you gonna have to play within the system. Can you play off ball? You know what I mean? Like those are questions that gonna happen. Like a lot of these younger players ain't coming into the league. Not even younger players, like because in my mind, I'm thinking about like players who like 24, 25 now. Because I ain't thinking about the younger players because those are the ones who gonna be riding the bench, who gonna be kind of like in and out the game and whatnot, giving like breaths or whatnot, and then playing on the B team some. I'm thinking about the players at that 25, 26, 27 age right now, like a Brandon Ingram, like a damn De'Aaron Fox. Well, I don't think he 26, 27, not like that, but he up there to where he can be a veteran boy, he can be an older player. But then you also need those players that's like that can play both sides of the ball. So I don't know. It's like it's hard to even imagine. Like I wish, even though I hate when people do like the way too early mock drafts or whatever like that. But I kind of wish somebody had an article out now about like how the 2028 Olympics going to look as far as the players or whatnot. Because off the top of my head, I can't really think of every single player around a certain age that would fit until I see like a list. Oh yeah, he would be good. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
What,
I
what,
would
what
see that.
about Jalen Green? You think he can mature enough to be a part of that crop?
I don't think his game fit Olympic basketball. I think Ant got the same type of game, but Ant actually can like Ant down. It's like Ant down mature his game to a point where he understanding the game a lot more. Even though he's still using his athletic ability, he understand the game a lot more. Jalen Green just out there damn. Jalen Green to me is a six man, and anybody know about a good six man, you can score. I think if you do, even though he getting a lot of money, I think if you move Jalen Green to the bench and you put a solid point guard in with a solid two-way guard and they build a roster around Houston and then you bring them off the bench, I think they'll be a lot better. But that's neither here nor there. But I just don't see Jalen Brown like that type of player yet. I gotta see more of him. He just don't seem like a player that it's like he'll give you the buckets. Like I ain't saying he a bad player, but I just don't see him growing into the type of player where he can make a fact on an Olympic team. Because when I think about Olympic team, gotta remember I thinking about a collection of talent and how those talent fits around each other. Who got those skills outside of their main? Like when Curry playing for Golden State, he played his way. But now that you're an Olympic team, you got to help out in other ways. You can go from being a star player like Paul George can be a star player on the Sixers this year. Then you see him in the Olympics, he can't be the star player in the Olympics. He got to be the dirty player, the hard work player, the one who dive on the floor, the one who playing defense only. Like he got to turn into that. And everybody ain't mentally capable of doing that because you got people with egos. It's gonna be like, well, damn. I want to win. I know I win in gold, but it's like I want to matter when we win in gold. I want to be doing some shit. That's why all the hoopla been around Tatum. Like Tatum could have just sat back and just do his role and get a goal and get on through. He just won a championship. You know what I mean? But everybody, I feel so bad and so sorry for him that he wasn't playing. His mama even had to come on and say something. So it's like Eagles. That's what we're gonna come down to. Like Eagles. I don't see no young player that ain't gonna want that chance because LeBron and KD and all them being on the team this year, that kind of interrupt a lot of younger players being on the team this year. Like Bam, I don't even remember Bam playing like that. But Bam,
Bam played
Bam
good.
understand.
Bam played good early on, and then he kind of
Yeah,
like withered
yeah.
away.
And see, Bam worked because even on his actual team, he understand, hey, they ain't giving me the ball 20 times a game. I just out there to play defense, affect the game, rebound. So when he played for the Olympics, it's the same damn thing. Like he must have beat. I would want him on the Olympic team. I want players that when I see them on their actual team, they ain't just he gonna get buckets and that's it. Like with Kyrie, like Kyrie can give you buckets or whatnot like that. Like he's a matchup problem for any international player. Like I see somebody was saying something about, and even though I still agree, I still not agree, but I still feel like Kyrie the better basketball player than Curry, but Curry got the better career. But I feel like but when you see Curry game in the Olympics is just pulling up. Curry ain't gonna play like how you remember seeing him playing in certain playoff games or in the season where he getting to the basket as well and doing all this extra shit. His game gets stunning because it's like now you playing against a team full of players that watch you for a long time, understand what you want to do, play good as a team together. Then playing these players play together in training camp and seasons and whatever like that year round. So he couldn't be effective any other way other than pulling up from shooting. Like even though Curry always been a 3-point shooter, looking at Curry in these games, like Curry ain't even thinking. Like he just been pulling them shit. Not saying he don't do that, but it's like he ain't even trying to get to the basket when he has somebody faked out. Even like he has somebody faked out, he can get to the basket like I'm a stow pole. But when you look at other players like Drew Holiday, those are the type of players you got to target for the Olympic team. But I don't think it's enough of those, and I don't think it's another score like Carmelo Anthony or KD. That's my only question about the Olympic team coming up. I don't think they win gold in 4 years. I think they bronze or silver. Because I think France coming. Because they don't put fucking
Yo,
what your boy name was? They put Rudy Gobert on the bench. His own country down bench him. And they still put up a good match. They still beat Germany, who been the favorites to coming in to beat USA.
what? So no panic. With all the teams you've seen so far, right? A lot of them seem to be fairly young. What
Mm.
team that you've seen in this tournament, this Olympic gold medal run,
You out. I can't hear nothing. But if you asking me what teams that I like, what teams I see that can give America some problems
yeah,
to
yeah.
win,
What team do you think that will be dominant? I mean, what team do you think will threaten the U.S. dominance the next Olympic out of the teams that you've seen so far?
I think France. I think France gonna give them a problem these coming years. I think I want to say Serbia, but we don't know. I don't know if Joke is gonna be effective 4 years from now. I can say Germany, but Germany kind of like dependent on Schrader. Not say dependent on them, but it's like Germany got some good players, but it's like Schrader is like that. They driving force player, and is he playing 4 years from now? And if he do play 4 years from now, he'll be 4 years older. How effective would he really be? I don't even know how old he is now. He might be still be in his late 20s or whatnot, to where he probably could be still effective, whatever. But I mean, those are two teams I really see, and I don't like I said, I don't see enough players. It's like it's not so much on the other countries to me on who going. Oh, on who gonna give the most challenge. I don't think it's up to them. I think they're gonna always be incrementally better throughout the years, regardless if they got NBA talent coming in or who the NBA talent is. I think they just good at their program and getting these players to play the way they want them to play. And I think a lot of these players that you don't know and they just play for their country, I think this their chance to shine because a lot of them us older players overseas too. It ain't like they bringing in a bunch of young people from Serbia to play. They got a lot of older players that understand the game, understand their role. They ain't got no ego, and they understand what they go on what their role is. My thing is America. Who America gonna bring out there that makes them that much more better? Because America always gonna have more talent than any other country that you can bring to the table. The problem with America is these players don't even know each other most of the year until they start playing for that little 2 weeks before the Olympics start. It's not like the same players in the Olympics played in the trials 2 years ago and the Fiba tournaments years ago. And like that's the problem with USA. So now you got to kind of like nurture and coach and nurture a new culture of who gonna be the leader. Like when they bring Kobe in, how they say Kobe come in and he right the ship because he showed them this how you win. And they had to take heed and say, okay, cool. We got that bad taste in our mouth from not winning gold a couple years ago. Kobe ain't hearing that shit there. And everybody look up to Kobe. So it's like how Kobe been acting, how Kobe been treating shit. It's like they'll get wrong. The team helped Kobe out as much as he helped them because with Kobe been like shit, he learned to have to trust his teammates and all that a lot better. He learned to have humility. But when they that remember that first game they come out and Kobe Bernard, they had play against who Paul Gasol had played for, what country, wherever country Paul Gasol from. He been talking shit, elbowing Paul Gasol. He set the tone for that whole thing.
Paul Gasol from Spain.
Yeah, from Spain, he set the tone. So that let the other players realize, like, damn, this motherfucker like shit, he for real. So now when I look at the USA team, who are these people? Like, who are these different roles? Like this year, you can say Braun been the person who, yeah, this what going on. I leading y'all. We gonna be doing this. We gotta take this serious. Okay, y'all get right. Woo woo. He keep the young players in line. The young players don't act up because in their mind is like Braun here, Curry here, Katie here. Them boy ain't here to play. We seen them boy every day. Like they might joke and laugh with us here and there, but they ain't here to play. So we don't need to be coming here to play. We don't need to have no ego. We need to understand if we seen Braun getting taken out, if we seen Tatum on the bench damn all game, we need to understand that we part of a team and not just I. But 4 years from now, who are those players? How much of those players 4 years from now are gonna have a ring that you respect? If Paul George on the team in 4 years, who looking at Paul George and saying, yeah, like, I mean, other than Brandon now Miller, of course, because that's what's good. But who looking at Paul George and saying, hey, he the real deal. Let's follow him. Who looking at not saying James Harden, but like players like that is the reason why them type players ain't in the Olympics. So to me, it's not about the other countries. You can say
You basically saying leadership there now. There's a lack of leadership you see in the near future.
leadership and the actual plays that they bring over there. That's like that. Leadership is one thing. I feel like you can bring in who's a player who, like I said, you can bring in like if you bring in I don't think Bi gonna be like this rah rah leader. That never we been. Even since he been in the Lakers, he ain't never been a rah rah leader. So like I trying to think of players around his age that people gonna rely on in 4 years to be like the vets on the team that gonna have that type of voice. Like all the players in the league that we look at today, that's our leaders, they old already. So I just don't see the player. Like I wish he been a list of players that I can look at right now of potential replacements. Because I can say whatever. I can say LaMelo Ball, but that's just me saying it. I can say LaMelo Ball gonna be there. He gonna be good because he can shoot off ball. He can blah 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 whatever. But that's just me saying it. That might not be what a committee looking for. So I know in 4 years, boy, America might lose in their home court, I should say.
Do you agree that LeBron James should MVP, or think
Yeah,
the MVP should have went elsewhere?
yeah, Braun. Like as much as I don't like how people be glazing Braun and all that. You got to give him LeBron. Like Curry, yeah, the last two games he going off and whatever like that. In the two biggest games he going off or whatever, cool. But man, Braun been putting up triple doubles. Braun is 40. Like if he ain't damn near 40, he is 40. He putting up triple doubles. Even plenty of games that Braun bring them back. The game against South Sudan, the one that you can say, but in hardest competition, he been the one bring them boy back single handedly. It's like if you watch all these games in the Olympics, the most between him and KD, those been the two most like okay, my game ain't changed. I'm gonna do the same shit game after game after game. I'm gonna be the solid player. I'm gonna be the consistent player. Even KD or Braun, but KD just been scoring. Braun been doing everything else. Braun been scoring. Braun been rebounding. Braun been setting up plays for everybody. Like Braun literally take over the Olympic team. Like if anybody want to question if Braun still top five in the NBA, it's like you can't really question that no more. Not saying that the competition been that much good and he did this, then did this, that, and the third. But it's like, come on, like when like you remember playing sports back in the day when you younger and you make the all-star teams. And it's like on your team, you that dude. But when you get in the all-star team, it's like, damn, I kind of like the last man off the bench type play on this team. I ain't sorry or nothing like that, but it's like, damn, this nigga really good. Like he really fucking good. Now this other dude, he really good. That's how I look at it when I look at the Olympic team. Is like, of course, LeBron uh, LeBron is the alpha of alphas, and then on top of that, LeBron do have this cashier when he go overseas. That is like everybody play him gonna give him the best game. Everybody play him also gonna have that little small. Not I say fair, not like a Jordan type of fair, Kobe type of fair, but that little smidget of like, but it's LeBron James. That's LeBron fucking James. So it's like you got to give him LeBron. You had to give him LeBron. Like Braun been the best player on the court every game they step on the court, regardless of who they play. Now, if you only look at the past 3 or 4 games, you might say, well, Curry going off. Well, shit, Embiid had a few games, but nah, LeBron been that dude the entire Olympics.
So LeBron was a torch bearer, the captain, and the MVP. So
Hmm.
what the naysayers got to say now?
Yeah. And like I see a lot of people saying stuff like, if you ain't had Curry top five yet, then this right here should show you. I don't think this makes Curry top five because this is who Curry is. Like Curry always can go off of three. Curry always been doing this. Like this ain't changed from what he always do. Now he just doing it at Olympic level. But what it does show me is not saying Curry didn't get to the basket throughout the Olympics, nothing like that. But Curry game had a change, and this his head coach. His game changed to where he still been shooting, but all these little other things he been doing, he ain't been able to do them as much. Like running around trying to get open and all that. He been doing them, but he ain't been doing them as effectively because he ain't been as much space. So now when you look at basketball as a totality, when I look at the best basketball players in the world, it's a difference between being the best basketball player in the world because you got all these accolades and you the best basketball player in the world because of your skill set. Like when I look at LeBron and Jordan, Jordan gonna always go down as the greatest basketball player of all time. I ain't really watched Jordan as much to have that much of a say so in it, but I did watch Kobe, and Kobe been this quote unquote the closest thing to Jordan, and I got Kobe over Jordan. I mean, I got Kobe over I do got Kobe over Jordan in my eyes, but I wouldn't argue with somebody who say Jordan better than Kobe just because he emulate him. But I do got Kobe over LeBron. But if we just talking about strictly what I can do on the basketball court, who is the greatest player that can do every single thing you ask him to do, you gotta give him to LeBron. There ain't really no question. So that's why when I say I compare Kyrie and Curry, I'ma always say Kyrie is the more decorated basketball player, but Kyrie is the better basketball player based on skill set and what he can do in the court. And that's why I say, well, LeBron do whatever the fuck he want to do. His game is the same, regardless if he playing in China, if he playing in the NBA, if he playing in the Olympics, whatever he play, he gonna be triple double. Kyrie, his game take a back seat to where he kind of get the minutes too, just shooting the three ball. KD too. KD play his game. Like KD, another one who, if I want to look at KD versus um, who's a good comparison without saying LeBron, because I feel LeBron's so skillful. But I feel like offensively, I would say KD a better offensive player than Jordan because he can do more offensively as far as shooting. Not saying Jordan couldn't shoot the mid-range, not saying Jordan couldn't shoot the three, not saying he can't do all the things that KD can do. But KD's a fucking weapon. It's like he's 7 feet doing things more effectively than what Jordan been doing. But you wouldn't put him above Jordan and no shit like that because in order for you to be the greatest player of all time, you gotta have like a certain level of skill set. It ain't gotta be the best in the world, but you gotta have a certain level of skill set, and you actually gotta come through in the big moments. And I feel like nobody come through in the big moments like Jordan. And no, like they saying, like even though this shouldn't be a prerequisite for being the GOAT, but it's like if I step on the court 6 times and I win 6 times in the biggest of moments, I don't care if I got damn the Olympic players on my team. It's like you can like think about it. Like I don't care that the Heat's team LeBron been on, been a lot more talented than any team Jordan ever been on, and they only win 2 out of the 4 years. It's like you can only eat what's on your plate, so you can't say Jordan did that against a bunch of plumbers because for his era, that been his challenges. For LeBron era, these his challenges. So it's like I don't know, like shit. You can't knock LeBron no more. You can't just say LeBron old and washed up. You can say he ain't winning. I don't believe he winning no more championships unless they're bringing some certain players that allows him to take a back seat to where he can play a traditional point guard role, but just have size with it. I don't think LeBron winning no more championships. But you can't say he ain't still top five. And this comes from somebody that I hate when people try to put so much down, give LeBron so much love for his records because I feel like shit, you've been playing for damn 50 years. Of course, you want to have a scoring record, but you can't knock the man and say he ain't top five, like especially not after this. And when I say top five, I talking about like he top three of all time, but he top five in the NBA right now. I don't think the ball cross seas would even know what to do with a damn LaMelo fast break. It's like, what you gonna do if you just got a bunch of LaMelo and Edwards?
Please subscribe to
Damn,
Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Dave, you there?
If you talking about them, I can't hear.
Yeah, see, don't keep going on mute. Boy, got bad serves. Yeah, but I know that LB. It's gonna be interesting on how they pick the team coming up because I know a lot of fans would want to see a LaMelo Ball in the Olympics, but they don't do what
Like,
damn fans want to come to them.
like, like,
I can hear you, but you keep going out.
Mic check, mic check. Let me know in the chat if you can.
Yeah, I hear you.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, your service bad. You might have to damn start the screen over or something, or damn refresh your Wi-Fi.
That's what I'm asking. I see it says no sound, but can you hear me testing?
I can hear you better now. I low skip to him, but I mean I hear you better now.
That's why I was mic checking to see if you heard me because I don't hear no panic.
You don't hear me?
Okay, cool, cool. Thank you, chat. Appreciate that.
Oh, that's probably mine then. If you
So
can't
no
hear me,
panic has went offline, and he was giving us some really good content on how we see the U.S. basketball landscape unfolding in the next few years. Prognosticating the U.S. will be in a weaker position. They will be on the low end while the field, the international field, will be on the high end. And so that remains to be seen. But nonetheless, league MVP, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Joel Embiid, we don't know what his health will be. Already played for the U.S. team. He could easily play for France. He has dual citizenship. So the next 4 years he could play with France as he already have a gold medal for the United States, and he could be one of the few players that have a gold medal for the team. So if you got somebody in the neighborhood, so and that would be a pretty good achievement if he could win a gold medal for France and down the United States at the same time as he won a gold medal for the United States and took down the secondary country in France. So the next 4 years, No Panic was speaking about could the medal be inserted in the Olympics, because the Olympics, as far as I know of, the bid was won by Los Angeles in 2028. And you got that new Inuit Dome, the $2 billion most expensive arena in the world. It would be really nice to have a hometown kid representing his country inside that $2 billion playpen that Steve Ballmer built up. And what a vision of Steve Ballmer to have the Inuit Dome looking the way it looks. The technology is out of worldly, and the inside of it looks like a mothership. So Kevin DeMello upgrade his game and impress the IOC and the United States Select Committee to insert himself into a USA banner on the front chest of his jersey. You got 2 years to qualify, but you got the FIBA play every 2 years. So he can warm up to that. And then after FIBA, to see if his game up to the bar to be part of the United States selection. And then you just never know who else is coming out of the draft in the very near future. You got Brandon Miller, one of the young up-and-coming spurts. Of course, Chet Holmgren. I believe Chet Holmgren would definitely be a part of that new team when LeBron, Steph, KD, and even Navy will now participate in the next round of Olympic competition. Who are some of the players that's out there? I asked about Jalen Green. No Panic feels he's not mature. And you don't feel his game will mature because this game is more of an open court and don't have much discipline to it. What about Paulo Banchero? What about his game? What about Zion Williamson? Can Brandon Ingram get out of the doghouse with the select team and get back to form and play on in 2 years from now? What about that? Zach LaVine can play within 2 years if he can stay healthy. So that's another additional piece that will be pretty good for USA because Zach LaVine is a three-double scorer. It's just Zach LaVine has been injured. And so that disqualified him from being a part of this team. Because I'm quite sure if Zach LaVine would have stayed healthy, he had a good chance of making this team. In the next 4 years, who else can we look at? We already know Anthony Edwards there. We know Tyrese Halliburton is there, barring injury. We know Jason Tatum is there. Jaylen Brown get the nudge.
Yeah. I'm looking at like a little article now about certain players. Oh, go ahead.
There are some really good players that's still out there that have a 2-year open window qualification to upgrade their game to the point that the select committee will integrate them into FIBA basketball first and Olympic basketball in June. Panic, you here?
Yeah. I've been saying
So no panic, you can chime in whenever you want to.
you can
So
hear me?
after watching the United States take gold, they still, according to the last time I checked on the gold medal count, 1 gold medal behind China. China has 39, US has 38 the last time I checked. But in the overall scheme of things, the United States have triple-digit medals. And that's the most medals of any country in 2024 Paris France Olympics.
You can hear me?
Now, only thing we're waiting on is the women, right? And I think the women play tomorrow. There's a few more competitive events to play out on the last tomorrow or later tonight, I believe, and then the closing ceremony. So I don't know what happened with the women, the results. I don't know if that game has come to a close, or they will play that game early tomorrow morning. I'm not sure what the schedule is on the women, but one thing I do know, the women's have been a bright shining star on that hardwood for the Olympics. It would be nice if the women went on the gold where they are the overwhelming favorite. I'm going to double check right now to see if the medal count has changed. What I'm looking at is the United States 122, the closest overall medal count country to the United States is China with 90. That's 32 additional medals the United States have over China, which is blasting all other countries out of the water. And the United States is the only country in this Olympics that a triple digit overall medal. So the United States men's national team secured a goal 98 to 87. They kept playing under 90 points. So that's a good defensive stand. And I don't think anybody should be pointed to the United States defensive stand against France. So 87 points. That's good. I know they played the basketball. The United States, they view 100. But they got one basket away of 100. And I guess that they really matter, but they still the goal. Uh, not reaching 100 points. So congratulations to Victor Wembanyama and Brian as Victor Ordinary Galbucci might not get on the scoreboard, paid him in, but still, to see and hear and watch great receivers participate in a highly anticipated matchup that the world can see in the football great receivers. They're the key. One-time high round draft pick of the 2017 draft, going to your New York Knicks. And since then, he's been somewhat of a journeyman. And I'm not sure if Brady is in the league, but been able to represent his country and not only be on the team and have the friends across his chest. Brady Cigarette was top five talent for the French. And we know in recent drafts, there has been a French invasion. And let me tell you something about the French. They are the second most populated players in the NBA outside of North America. Canada's first, and the Frenchmen are second of producing NBA talent outside of the confined borders of North America. So they're not shabby at all. The Frenchmen are not shabby. And we have witnessed in recent drafts the French invasion. And Victor Wembanyama definitely was the prize of the draft last season, as he was picked number one overall, and he hasn't disappointed yet. Victor Wembanyama, salute to you, young man. I mean, this is a very young man, and he has a tremendous skill. And he already have shown outstanding leadership. And showing outstanding leadership, it has shown in these Olympics as him and the Frenchmen reached the final. And we know Victor Wembanyama played 30 minutes of basketball, shot very efficiently, 11 of 19, and 3 of 8 from the distance. And that resulted in 26 points, 7 rebounds. And like I said before, he has shown great stance of leadership as a very young man. And Yabusele is the only player outside of Victor Wembanyama who also have played 30 minutes, as Yabusele played 31 minutes. He played 1 minute longer than Victor Wembanyama. And No Panic believes that the Frenchman, is next up. And Fiba did 2 years after that the Olympics, and he doesn't see an out for the United States men team to be able to continue their gold rush in international basketball on the Olympics. So we're going to wait and see how that turns out. Do United States have enough manpower in these next 2 years to capture the elusive gold in FIBA basketball? Will the Canadians stand in their way? Because Canada's a number one resource of NBA players incoming to the National Basketball League. So their team is filled with a litany of NBA players from top to bottom, like the United States. Might not be as talented or touted, but they have a litany of NBA players on from top to bottom. France, same thing. Australia is coming up because you know Josh Giddey will be available for Fiba in 2 years, as well as the next Olympics. And Australia was a pretty good showing as well in these Olympics. It wasn't shabby. And I thought Josh Giddey nailed his starting position for the Chicago Bulls, as members of the Chicago Bulls watched Josh Giddey as he led that team to the semifinals, basically assuring Lonzo coming off the bench in his play. He was definitely auditioning for a starting position, and what he's shown has impressed the Chicago Bulls to the point where it's inevitable for Josh Giddey and Kobe White to start in the backcourt for the Chicago Bulls. And Lonzo will have to fight his way off the bench to secure as many minutes as he can until he is thoroughly acclimated into a high-profile role with this new version of the Chicago Bulls. No more DeMar DeRozan. So that cog was a clog in the system. I want you to hear me clear. DeMar DeRozan was the cog that was the clog in that system. So now the Chicago Bulls is free of ball bouncing dominance from DeMar DeRozan. And let's see if this could be a free-flowing offense that was originally envisioned by Kornakovis and effortlessly. Let's see if that's true with Arturo and Mark. And see what Lonzo Ball is able to add to this team. Now, if you ask me, I don't think it's a difficult thing, right? And the reason why I don't think it's a difficult thing is based on the fact that Lonzo Ball is coming off injury. This is the best case scenario for Chicago Bulls, that Lonzo Ball come in off injury, because there could be a slow roll to roll Lonzo out. There's no desperation because the expectation of the Chicago Bulls has simmered to a degree. So Lonzo can come in patiently and thoroughly without being anxious to get on the hardwood. So it's a best case scenario for Lonzo. And it's definitely a best case scenario for the Chicago Bulls not having to rush anybody. And let me tell you guys, if you guys are not up on this, Lonzo playing 5-on-5 basketball right now as we speak. While these Olympics have been very engageful and theatrical and exciting, and some amazement with these Olympics, especially in track and field, in wrestling, beach volleyball. I mean, a lot of these Olympic events had you on the edge of your seat. Swimming, the 4x4 women's swim team. Oh my God, was that mad crazy? And all the record breaking that ensued in these here Paris Olympics. And I was amazed that I was never so enthralled in women's track and field for second place finishes. I mean, holy moly. Winning silver has never been from silver to bronze, right? Between the silver and bronze have never been so exciting to watch and witness in this here Olympics. And I thought it was mad crazy that from silver to bronze would have me on the edge of my seat while the gold medalist runs away with the track and field. I thought that was mad crazy. And the women's track and field, I was somewhat disappointed with Sakari Richardson. I ain't gonna lie. Because man, did I cheer for them. Man, did I cheer for Sakari Richardson. You know, because of her backstory, the situation with her mom, grandma, and her relationship with her co-partner. And it was a lot of things that was very distracting to this young sprinter. So I felt some compassion for her, especially when I think during the Olympic trials, she faltered. And then she bounced back in Tokyo and had that amazing upset of the Jamaican sprint who were favored, Sharika Jackson, and catapulted her back into the limelight for an American Idol. And I mean that in the most simplistic way, right? American Idol. So don't think that I'll be celebrity jocking or nothing like that. I mean that in the most simplistic way. Not spiritually and nothing like that. But American Idol as if she could represent a standard and criterion for younger women who wants to be sprinters. You know? And so I followed her journey. I wanted more Sha'Carri Richardson on Flight Sports TV, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But I wanted more. I wanted to exploit the system in a way that diversified the channel and get people on board to witness this young sensational sprinter that came from disadvantages. So I thought we could be a good medium for that, an apparatus of propulsion to help in her narrative. Because the media beat her up. When she kind of fell back, the media just damaged her. And I'm glad that she was strong enough, the sister was strong enough to outpace the media apparatus that was trouncing on her during her sojourn to Paris. Now, Gabby Thomas, she's a different. She didn't have the issue. She come from a more settled family background, and she coasted her way to the gold medal. Gabby Thomas. She was that obliterated to 200. Gabby Thomas did. And then you had the women's 100-meter hurdles with Marcia Russell. Great story with her. And I forget the brother name that won the 110-meter hurdles. We had Shelby McEwen. Great story for him in the men's high jump. We had Aaron Brooks with the wrestling. It was a disappointment after he knocked out two conservative champs. One Taylor from the USA, the other guy from China, who was the reigning champion. And then he lose to, according to me, a Rudy. So that was very disappointing. So those are kind of the two disappointing aspects of the Olympic other events outside of basketball. Was Sha'Carri Richardson losing the 100 and Aaron Brooks losing in the rest, who were the overwhelming favorite. Because we already know Sha'Carri Richardson was an overwhelming favorite. And so that didn't really sit well. So everybody, please hit that like button, show some love as we continue to spotlight and highlight the Olympic rush to gold. And as it stands, China is up one, but in the overall medal count, the United States is pulverizing the field. I think it's plus 32 to the second place individual. What a story for Gabby Thomas, though, right? I mean, she went the 200. She participated in the 4x100, and she participated in the 4x400. So Gabby Thomas leaves Paris with a triple header. She leaves Paris with a triple header, which is fantastic, right? And with the women's 4x4 100, in which Gabby participated, that's 8 straight gold medals for the women 4x1, 4x400. That is 8 straight gold medals for Team USA that dominates that track and field event, the 4x400 meter relay. 8 straight. And that's what I like to see in the Olympics. I like to see the United States dominate big time. I don't want to see anything close. I want to see the United States dominating their opponents. And let me share this with you. I never thought that second place would be so exciting in women's track and field. In women's track and field, I never thought that coming in second would be so exciting. Watching the narrow margin of victory between bronze and silver. Fim Kabul, a little pretty snow bunny. Fim Kabul has made second place so exciting to watch. I mean, this little horseman Viking athlete, she Viking, I believe she's from the Netherlands, made second place so exciting to watch because of her grit, her enthusiasm, and her sheer determined to medal. Yeah, she did win one gold in the mixed 4x400 meters. She did. Was that four? No, 4x100 meters. No, that's not 4x400 meters. She won gold in the mix when you have men and women, right? 2 men, 2 women. She came back and swooped down the American to win gold in that event, Tim Kabul. But her other events, I mean, she damn near, she reminded me of high school track. You know that one girl that participated in everything, in every event? This Tim Kabul, this little bitty white girl, participated in damn near everything. I was looking for her in a triathlon. I mean, for crying out loud, she participated in everything else. But she made second place seem so alluring, so exciting. And we know nobody remembers second, right? Tim Kabul could be the greatest silver medalist of all time. I don't know any other second place finish that relish my mind like Tim Kabul. But the only person that I can remember in my lifetime that finished second that I can remember, well, basically two, was Maurice Green and Carl Lewis. But Carl Lewis' second place finish was dampered by drugs. The Canadian sprinter that beat Carl Lewis later was found to be doping and was disqualified. Carl Lewis himself said, wait a minute, man, this man is running way too fast. Somebody put his urine in the bottle or in the cup. And let's see the results. And that ended this Canadian sprinter career. He was never the same. Ben Johnson, never the same. He competed, but he never was marking times like he did when he beat Carl Lewis. Outside of that silver medal, of Carl Lewis silver medal, I don't know what was more exciting than Fim Kabul. I mean, to see this young lady lay it all on the line when her team was inferior to a lot of the teams that she was competing against. And with her dramatic race for silver or bronze became so theatrical that that became the talk of the race. Not the world record holder, not the first place finisher, but Fim Kabul. I mean, the crowd was going mad crazy for this young girl to finish second. That's crazy to me. I mean, even the camera, right? Even the cameraman panned his camera away from the first place sprinter and spotted it on Fim Kabul in her race for silver, between silver and bronze. I've never seen that before. Normally, They stayed the camera on the leading sprinter that looks like they're going to cross the finish line first. But since a lot of these sprint races was dominated by the United States and their sprinters, there was a large margin of gap between first place and second place that made second and third, silver and bronze, more exciting to watch in its completion. Never seen that before in my life. Never. I'm telling you, it was a real cinematic aberration. And I have pinned Fim Kabul, or Fim Kibul, as the greatest silver medalist of all time. Because every time she won silver, the race between her and the bronze medalist was dramatic and climatic at its core. And just like I said, to see her pedal the track with her spikes and gain ground that her teammates have lost throughout the course of that event or race. And she tries to turn it on and run down the person in front of her. And she did that. She even did it when she won gold in the mixed. She ran down the American sprinter. Who previous to that event in the semis to qualify for the finals have produced a world's record. So here you go with a team, United States, producing a world's record in the mixed 4x4 or 4x100. I mean 4x400. That's the correct way to say it. They don't say 4x4. It's 4x400, 4x100, 4x800. So correctly speaking, the 4x400 mixed, the United States had set a world's record prior to the finals. So going into the finals, once again, as I said earlier in the stream, it could be conspiratorial, I don't know. But going into the finals, the United States mixed 4x400 team was an overwhelming favorite despite the Netherlands winning in Tokyo. They coming in as the champions. They won gold in Tokyo. Fim Kabul, they won gold in Tokyo. Ran down. I don't know, was it American or was it American, Great Britain, or Jamaica? One of those. But anyway, Fim Kabul ran their ass down to win in Tokyo. Now here we come into Paris, and in the semis, the United States set a world's record. I mean, they obliterated the world's record. This is a young event, so world records will be broken, you know, as this event unfolds until it gets to the point where I don't know. But anyway, the United States obliterated the world record in the semis. So now they're coming into the finals as an overwhelming favorite. But no, wait, there's more. Fim Kabul ran down the world record holder in mixed 4x400. Ran her down. I was like, oh my God, Fim Kabul is at it again. Holy moly. This young lady won't stop. This she Viking is just laying it all on the line on the track and field. Then she get into other events. And coming in second, securing silver for her country like none other. And this is why I label her Tim Tebow as the greatest silver medalist of all time in Olympic competition. And that's crazy. And we know Tim Tebow participated in damn near every track and field event imaginable. I mean, maybe she needs to tinkle into a cup. It reminds me of high school. I'm telling you. It reminds me of track and field in high school, where you had this one female that participated in almost every event for her team sport, track and field, because of lack of talent. Whether she win the event or not, doesn't matter. She participated in it to get points for her high school. And I thought it was fascinating to see them Kabul competing on that level. Because me, myself, I'm a competitor. Win or lose, it doesn't. I would love to win, but in case I don't win, I just have to tip my hat to the man with the better hand. I have no problem with that because I know I'm not the greatest human being on the earth. I realize that. I'm not delusional. I recognize there are people better than me in things that I love to do. Okay? And I never try to be king of the mountain. I just want my piece of the pie. And if it happens to be the lion's share, cool, I'll take it. But if not, just give me my piece. That's what I'm fighting. I don't have to have it all. I'm not a devil. Only the devil want it all. Only Satan want it all. I'm not that. Just give me my portion, my rightful due, and I'm cool with it. I can move on. And this is what I saw in them Kabul. Them kids. The name, I know it don't really sound the way it's spelled, but them key, I'm just gonna go Femke. That's Femke. Femke. I think that's how you spell it. And Bol. Bull. That don't even sound like a Norwegian name. Them Kabul sound something like in Central Africa. So that name she has, is she's nowhere near looking like anything from Central Africa. She's pure Caucasian by far, blonde hair and all. But it just amazed me how some people can do more with less. We know that she wasn't the most talented person out there, but she didn't believe that she wasn't the most talented person. And in one of the races that she lost to a U.S. competitor, she cried because that was a pretty good race, and I think she had won a world championship in that event. And then the young lady, the young American, just was just a little more stronger than Phil Kabul coming down the sideline and clipped her. So when it was all said and done, she went off to the sideline, cried into her parents' arms. So sad for Phil Kabul. But that's what this game is all about. The high and lows, the rises of emotion and the lows of emotion, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. This is what sports is all about. And this is not localized. This, you're competing against the world. You're competing against the best in the world that's available at that time. Can you imagine competing against the world best available athletes and competitors at the moment that you participate in the event? How thrilling is that to know that you is a real world champion? Because you beat the world. You beat the world that was presented to you. in competition. That is outstanding. And so this is why LeBron James, with his masterful direction and keeping the team focused and not getting, especially the young Johns, right? The young Johns, they out there in Paris for free. They ain't paid no expensive flight. They ain't paid no bunch of baggage fees. They out there in Paris free with their significant others and even family. And LeBron James had the wherewithal to make sure that these young Johns, they focus enough and don't bring no controversy to Team USA basketball. That's leadership. He didn't have to scream and shout, push, fight, and shove. He didn't have to do none of that. He looked these young players in the eyes and say, do you want to go home with the gold medal? Do you want to go home knowing that you are legitimately a world champion? And ain't none of that no allows bullshit where he called out the NBA talking, y'all ain't no world champions. Y'all ain't beat the world, even though we have the world's best in the association. But in reality, no allows was 100% right. But it was a clamor. It was a backlash where some people even wanted him to lose all of his races. And he became an enemy of the state. But once again, talent outlasts emotions. And when he won that 100 meters, that wasn't his strongest event. When he won that 100 meters by milliseconds and pegging him the fastest man in the world, most of the criticism of NBA pundits subsided. How are you going to criticize a world champion over something he said was relatively true? That means something is wrong with you. That means you're a psychopath and you're not a critical thinker. And you are driven by emotion and your emotional intelligence is low. So the American media got behind Noah Lyles after winning that event and taking the 100 meters away from the Jamaicans, which they had dominated in the Usain Bolt era. And now the crown is back on the United States soil. When Noah Lyles went into his second event, which is his strongest event, hadn't lost it so long in the 200, all of a sudden he get COVID and wasn't able to perform at his peak. He still medaled, but it was far from gold. And that was his strongest event. So he's not being picked on as much as he would have if he didn't win gold in the 100, because that's not his strongest event. So he went away with gold, bronze, which it probably would have been the same anyway if he would have won the 200 and lost the 100. So he was expecting a gold and a secondary medal. And that's what he got to do. But he did have a chance to double up. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to. So those are some of your peaks and valleys in the Olympic competition that the United States had to deal with in bringing over their summer supreme athletes in this here Olympic. And the thing about it that was really fantastic was that the United States did pretty well in some of the events in which they didn't expect to medal. And I think that was a good thing for the United States. Because it showed that not only are we superior in some events, but there are other events where United States struggle, but the sheer determination to come out with gold was met with not only desire, but with skill and patience and focus. And they won some medals in events that the odd makers didn't think the United States would medal in. So that was definitely a good thing. And I'm glad that Zachary Richardson anchored the 4x100 to secure gold. I'm glad that Gabby Thomas tripled up for gold. I'm glad that Sydney McLaughlin reached gold. So despite some of the up and downs, the United States was very impressive with this here Paris 2024. And I just appreciate that they came to the Olympics in one piece, and now they return home in one piece tomorrow after the, the closing ceremony. It was just kind of weird to me that the Jamaican sprinters, seem to be absent. And it's almost like a silent protest. I don't know, but it's wild. And when we look at that airplane that just floated out of the air in Brazil, it just feels like it took a little sting out of it all. The women's soccer team, they returned to the top as they beat Brazil, one of the stoic soccer countries in the world, Brazil. The U.S. women's soccer team returns to the top of the podium with the gold medal over Brazil. And I think it was very telling that Tara Davis Woodhall won the long jump. She's been agitatingly pursuing Paris 24 to be a long jump champion. And she finally secured that, Tara Davis Woodall, in the long jump. She definitely needs to go. So it was mad crazy to get that. I think men's 4x400, they won their gold medal. Quincy Wilson started it off. The young, I think he's like, how old is Quincy? Like 18, 17, 18. He's very young. And he led the first leg in the 4x400 in the U.S. Won that one. So it's just a lot of impressive moments in this U.S. team outside of basketball. And some people feel a little different about it. But me, myself, the only two things that was kind of disappointing was Sakari Richardson in the 100 meters and Aaron Brooks in the wrestling. Outside of that, I don't have any problem with the results. And like I said, shout out to all of the participants. I hope they return back to their states and their family in one piece. Because watching that Brazil airline, I don't know if it was a Brazil airline, but it happened in Brazil. Just float out the sky like that, that's weird. Because most airlines are heavy and they're going to do a nosedive. Because the way that aerodynamics is featured on airlines, you're going to do a nosedive, even if you run out of fuel. So for that plane to float down like it was a feather or a leaf in the wind, it was very strange and unusual. And I just can imagine the conspiracy talks once everything starts getting out there in the YouTube and social media landscape. Because I don't know if you guys seen it, that that airline in Brazil, and it was filmed. Somebody filmed it, and it just went down like it was a leaf. And when it hit the ground, it exploded, and there was no survivors. It seemed like it was some kind of contraption that caused that airline to float into the air and go down like it was remotely controlled from somewhere. And it was mad crazy. And who would have thought that someone would be filming in that general area and watched it come out of the clouds? And it came out the clouds slow, not with a not propulsion, because there was no propulsion coming out of the fuselage, but it just seemed like it just was on a parachute, but you didn't see a parachute because it seemed like it came down. It was out of control, but it looked like an external force had it under control, and it didn't come down in a raving force to hit the ground. It looks like it was directional. Let me get it away from these houses. Let me get it in the open field, and then let it fall. And I thought that was very, very strange because the law of physics of that I was taught is immutable. There's an immutable law of physics that governs the earth, and its underbelly is gravity. And it seemed like this plane defied gravity coming down because it came down, looked like it was controlled, but it was spinning. And it come down with a nosedive. And that was according to the video that I saw. And that was really strange right there. Now, I don't know the answers. I don't have the mathematic computation to be able to decipher what I was seeing. But I know according to that video, if it's legit, the way that airplane came down looked like it was from some kind of a control mechanism. I mean, external control mechanism that placed it where it was placed. So I'm hoping that every one of the United States and all the participating countries get back to their abode the same way they came in one piece. Like Sports TV. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe. And please hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.